Or okay, it's good. Hello. Okay, great. Okay, great. You already tested, yeah? because on the stage, I've got no one less than the one and only, the man, all the way from Cologne, Huzio.
Terima kasih. Yeah, poesia is also good. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day. I'll keep it short and sweet, as you are used by now. Every time I'm sort of invited to do a little poetic session, I write it on the fly. And again today, I wrote this, at least 3/4 of it, I think 10 minutes ago. So I hope you enjoy. But forgive me for reading it from my micro supercomputer. Ampul Urakul, Fleetwood Mac, Jack Kerouac, Pollock, Floyd mumbling, keep your hands off my stack. Without proper restraint, there is no chain reaction. Friendship forges an unbreakable faction. Honesty is often an apt attitude for true decentralization. It is only with empathic care one can rise to the proper elevation. There is merit in altruism, be it in essence a form of selfishness. It recalibrates the vibrations away from the wretchedness. Sense the creatures roaming around in this jungle, many known, united in the bees' HQ. Many, however, still a conundrum. Ensure that in every inter or action therein lies the decency crumb. Thank you all for showing up and roaming in. Enjoy the energy and each other's big, big grin. Thank you.
Thank you,
Now I pass
Vinny.
the stage.
Thank you, Vince. Super awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ChainCulture. Woo! Hi, my name is Roland. I've been practicing yesterday on the first day of HiveFest, because what some of you don't know is that we are here already gathering with a group of people for 10 years. We're originators from the Hive blockchain. It's a social blogging on a blockchain platform. And what we say is that you write a post, you come for the dollar, but you stay for the community. That's our mantra. And this really is what it is. 10 years ago, I said back then it was called Steam, by the way, some of you might know it. It was a company-funded VC blockchain. And I said to those guys, hey, how cool would it be to get all these people interacting on the chain together? And this is what we did in Amsterdam in 2016. You know, Ethereum was $3. Bitcoin was $300. Some of you remember the good old days, the good old days. Everybody's talking about the good old days. The only complaint afterwards was, it's too short. Can you make it longer? Okay, I'm your slave. We turn it into a 5-day event. And ever since then, we've been doing it for 5 days. Going to Lisbon, Krakow, Bangkok, Mexico, and finally here in Kuala Lumpur. But we didn't want to keep the good times to ourselves. So we decided to open up the event today under the new name ChainCulture. And we've been reaching out, and I've been getting so much energy from the local community here. So we've been reaching out to all these crypto clubs. I mean, we've got 4 universities attending. And I just got so much energy out of it that we I really need the energy today because we've got so many talks lined up that I actually shouldn't start stumbling and delaying. So I'm looking forward to present to you the whole program throughout the day. And Krim, she's sitting here, will also help me a little bit so I can also mingle around. So we'll alternate the emceeing. So please, Krim, can you stand up so people know about you? Crimson is also dressed in E1337 hex code of the Hive blockchain. She's doing some subliminal messaging here. I'm more locally, in a local attire, not sponsored. So yeah, this is a program, right, guys? We're gonna do talks, breaks, and then we end up with the AV performance by Lin Lin. Yeah, of course, some sponsors for HiveFest. We've got the Hive blockchain, has been booking this venue. And then VSC, and Maggie has been making sure that the ticket price for HiveFest attendees has been significantly lowered. Ecency is a graphical user interface for the Hive chain. Splinterlands is one of the card games. And then we've got Creative Work Hour, Alessandra, Community on Hive, together with Bitter Irony, Actifit. If you want to get fit, get on Actifit. They paid me €10 to say this. Gandalf's here. World mapping. They'll be doing, when they find their map again, we'll be doing throwing some darts and block trades. Some individual sponsors. You can see the names on the list. You can meet all these guys, right? They're here. It's like Hive is super social blockchain. So people who can't afford to come here to Kuala Lumpur get paid by these folks to get here. Also, KDX is here, one of the first license exchanges in Malaysia. Thank you. They have their booth over there. Get some info. I think they're about to launch their rebranded app. So please drop by their booth to learn more about it. As I said yesterday, I also have to thank Chat. It's a big new friend. Yeah, I have to. Yesterday I already warned people that my brain already got rewired by Chat, right? It's really dangerous. So Chat is nice, but Chat is also very, very dangerous. It will overtake our brains, really. Watch out. Watch out for Chat. Okay, you can follow the schedule in the app.chainculture.cc. Download it. Soon we will overtake and get back onto the schedule, which is published there. And we have a live stream. It will be published on chainculture.cc and is on the YouTube of HiveFest. Without further ado, I wish you all a great day. I'll be here. Toilets are over there. Toilets are over there. Double areas with food and beverage. Upstairs, starting at 10. Oh, it's 10. We'll have a Hive in-depth workshop. If there are any developers here, for the coming 4 hours, you can learn all about the new Hive libraries. Just take the elevator to the 3rd floor. It's a very cool, air-cooled private suite. And the B-devs, they are standing over there. Give a wave. Yes, Ola, Gandalf, core development team of Hive will be doing workshops on Hive. So drop by. It's a very cool place. Cool. Okay, that's it for me. Enjoy the day. See you around. And please, I want to invite up the stage Ethan from Elevated and Foresight. Yeah.
Hey guys. All right, GM. How's everyone doing today? Good? All right. Don't worry, my talk's gonna be pretty simple, pretty basic. It's like 10 in the morning, so I'm not gonna blast you guys with crazy stuff. All right. We'll wait for the slides to be up. But yeah, how many are new to Malaysia? Like, first time here? Wow, that's quite a lot. Are you guys liking it? What's the best part? Food? All right, good answer. Okay, so my talk is going to be about prediction markets. Before I get started, I want to know how many of you guys here have heard of prediction markets? How many of you guys have used prediction markets? Okay, so I'm gonna keep it relatively high level and just sort of like introduce some concepts to you guys and the whole space in general. So what are prediction markets? Prediction markets, in very simple terms, are like stock markets for events. The most common type of prediction markets are binary prediction markets, which means that you can bet on yes or no, up or down, those kind of things. So usually, like, how would you price these prediction markets is based off the probability itself. So for example, here, it's at 49%. It's at, hello? Okay, we're back. So it's at 49%. Hello? Okay. So I'm going to stay here and try not to move, but if it's at 49%, then it's 49 cents. Okay, very simple. But a quick history on prediction markets, it's not anything new. So if you think about it, betting, trading, and speculating are all social activities. If you think about meme coins, when you hear about meme coins, when people tell you to buy something, it's all a social reinforcement, right? You wouldn't bet on a coin or buy something if you didn't hear about it or read about it on Twitter and stuff like that. But yeah, prediction markets have been around for a very long time. People use it to bet on who's the next political leader, are there going to be crop yields, is it going to rain tomorrow, those kind of things. So there's generally 4 types of prediction markets. We have the range and numerical prediction markets, or sometimes it's known as scalar prediction markets. These two have sort of overlaps because they're all about numbers. And then we have binary and categorical. And again, there are overlaps as well. So sometimes they bundle it all together. But most of the time, if you see binary prediction markets, you don't see anything related to numbers. But in some cases, you may see a platform doing all. So if you've been active on Twitter or just active in the crypto scene, you've probably heard a lot of people talk about prediction markets. So why, right? If we look at just the week of September, like the last week of September, we actually see that prediction market volume actually outperformed meme coin trading volume on Solana. And on a single day itself in October, I think just last week, we actually see about $400 million of trading volume in just a single day. And within a month, we're hitting like $2 billion. To give you a scale of how big that is, during the elections, we hit about $1.5 billion, maybe 2. And it kind of dipped after the elections. And just like 2 months ago, maybe 1 month ago, it sort of like pumped up again. We see companies like Polymarket raise $2 billion, which is very big. It's probably one of the biggest crypto fundraise. And we also see Kalshi, which recently raised like $300 million as well. So all of these prediction markets are actually focused within like Europe and America. But actually, within Asia itself, there's a huge market that nobody is tapping into yet. If we look at like legal and like tracked platforms, even Asia's iGaming revenue is actually much bigger than Europe and America. But on untracked venues, or like to be a little bit more casual, illegal venues, Asia is basically like 4 times bigger. So there's actually still a lot of potential to be basically like grown in this space. And I don't think that like we're at a top yet. Just looking at prediction markets alone across all chains, we have more than 100 prediction markets right now. This list is not extensive at all. And if we look at the poly market landscape, which is like one of the largest prediction markets out there, we can see a bunch of people building on poly market. Not all of these are prediction market projects. They just threw in like X and Chainlink and a bunch of other stuff. But this is just looking at poly market's landscape. If you look at other prediction markets, there's way more. So I personally think a lot of people will start building upwards in this way, right? So we have prediction markets, which sort of form the base liquidity layer. And these are sort of like Lego blocks, if you think about it, similar to like DeFi. Then on top of prediction markets, people will start building mobile apps, Telegram bots, AI agents, APIs, aggregators. All of this will basically form the distribution layer. And then on top of that again, that's when we start to have things that allow us to have more utility. So lending and borrowing on prediction markets is something that nobody has properly built yet. A lot of people have attempted to, but there's a lot of like liquidation risk. But I think in pretty soon, like a lot of people will start finding ways of how you can have like zero loss prediction markets or lending and borrowing, these kind of stuff. So right now it sounds like everything can be a prediction market. But the question is whether it should be a prediction market. So we've seen people talk about tap trading. So like if you've heard of Euphoria, there's tap trading. There's something called mention markets as well. So basically like, what will Jerome Powell say when he goes on stage? Is he going to say good morning? Is he going to say good afternoon? Is he going to cough? Those kind of stuff, right? All of these, in my opinion, do not really have a lot of significance. So I personally think that like it's just purely for entertainment. And personally, I think that these kind of markets should also have lower payouts just because of how easily gamed it is, right? So if you're active on Polymarket, you've probably heard a lot of controversy on people creating markets and then sort of like gaming the system. So for example, if I was Jerome Powell and I saw that like nobody's betting on me saying good afternoon, I would actually like put in all of my money, go on stage and say good afternoon, and then I would win. So this is why I think that like these things aren't really prediction markets. But yeah, we will start to see a lot of projects build out now, especially when it's hyped. So we'll have the divergence and then basically the convergence. So it's very similar to like when DEXs were hot, I think like during DeFi summer. So like that was 4 or 5 years ago maybe. So a lot of people building DEXs and then eventually only a few survive. Same goes for L2s. Just a few years ago, I think maybe 3 years ago, same thing. A lot of people building L2s and then now only a few are surviving. AI agents, same thing. Everyone's building AI agents and then now only like a few survive. So I think basically prediction markets will be the same. So why is it booming? I think that a lot of people like it because there's cultural relevance. For example, will Taylor Swift break up with her fiance? Or like, what's the next album that she's gonna release? So a lot of people like these kind of things. It's fun, it's engaging. And oftentimes there's a lot of instant gratification that you can get compared to like buying Bitcoin or like buying Hype or any other token and just holding it. And yeah, there's also a lot of impact that can be delivered with prediction markets. I'll touch on that a little bit later. But yeah, if you think about why it matters, it's because based on some statistics, prediction markets actually are able to forecast accurate results 90% of the time, even a week before it happened. And this is much more accurate than a lot of like traditional forecasting. So that's why people like it. And if you think about now with like a lot of AI and like fake news going on, people are treating prediction markets as a way of like gauging what's the real truth. And touching on the societal impact that I was mentioning just now, there's something called futarchy, where basically it's a prediction market, but rather than betting on what the outcome is, you're voting on what the outcome should be. So you're putting your money where your mouth is. You think that, you know, maybe the government should do this or do that, and basically that's how people decide whether to make this decision or not. So I think prediction markets still have a lot to build on. There's still a lot of gaps, for example, within the liquidity side of things. With everyone building prediction markets now, I think it's going to be a little bit challenging. Oracles as well. again, with Polymarket, there's been a lot of cases where the oracles resolve certain outcomes wrongly, and also in terms of like distribution and UX. So we will see a lot of people start building around these areas. Basically, you've heard about maybe permissionless market creation. So like decentralized prediction markets where anyone can create a prediction market. People are also thinking of how you can utilize Uniswap in order to have bigger liquidity for prediction markets. People are using AI for oracles. And I think we are starting to see a lot of people build apps on top of Polymarket as well, creating like a gamified interface and providing more localization for like different regions. So yeah, like I haven't really talked about my project, but basically we're building Foresight, which is a social first prediction market. And essentially like we're focusing on quite a lot of key things. One of the things that we are focusing on is actually within the Asia region itself. So we have something called market-based referrals, which is very different from user-based referrals. Essentially, for every market that you bet on, you would have a unique referral link. And so if you share that and people bet using your link, you would earn a referral. So it's not tied to users, but it's tied to the market. The reason why we're doing that is because we believe that you should be earning the rewards or like commissions only when you actually have conviction on those markets itself. So only when you bet, then you can actually earn rewards. We're also doing something like a gacha or like a lucky draw, where basically every $1,000 that you spend, you get to do like one draw, and basically like, you know, maybe you get some cash back. And we are also building user-generated markets. So basically anyone can launch their own prediction market. And with a lot of people now having their own niche, their own circles, you can essentially allow people to create topics for people to discuss on, to bet on, and stuff like that. But yeah, that's basically all I have for you guys today. If you guys are interested, please test us out. It's on foresight.now. We just launched about a few weeks ago, I think about like 10 weeks ago, a couple 100,000 in volume, and like every day we have like new markets. So yeah, we're open to feedback. If you guys have anything to ask me or share, I'll be around after this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Isan. Thank you very much. Oh, what's this? What's this? That's nice. I bring it home for my kids. Nice. Super cool. The pudgies, part of ChainCulture, right? I guess. Did you know there are also hamsters? I called Freddy only this week. He's from Singapore. Freddy's been organizing a big token event. So Super Connect it was. There he is, Freddy. Hey, man. He organized Super Connect. He brought together, I don't know, thousands and thousands of people, or maybe 1,000, in Singapore during the event. So I just reached out last week and I said, hey, Freddy, maybe can you do a shout out about ChainCulture since you have so much reach? And then he said, oh, you know, I have some hamsters too. I can bring them. And then he said, okay, cool. So he's up there. He has a set up shop with some unique artworks. You gotta love hamsters, but who doesn't love a good hamster, right? So go and have a peek afterwards. Yeah, interesting prediction markets. It's a hot topic right now, and I think another hot topic is what the following speaker is about to introduce. Bitcoin treasuries, right? So maybe the initial pump was the Michael Saylor pump, yes? We all love the sailors. I want to invite up the stage good fellow Hive user, Jason. We've met, when did we met for the first time? Thailand, right, first one was Thailand, Bangkok, 5 years ago. Jason's going to tell us all about Bitcoin treasuries. I won't take any longer of you.
Thank you very much, Roland. Now a round of applause, okay, to Roland, please, everyone. Hello, good morning. My name is Jason. I have been a Hive blogger since 2018. And I want to give a big shout out, okay, to BitRocker, who introduced me, okay, to the Hive community back in 2018. BitRocker, please stand up. He built the largest, okay, Hive community back in 2018. And also, Hive played a very huge part in my life. If you actually come and visit my blog, I go under the username Buzz Lightyear. And the very first time, okay, that I actually started doing public speaking and overcome my fear, filming myself on video, is actually thanks, okay, to the Hive community. So you will see a lot of cringe videos, okay, in my early days of Hive, but that's all thanks to Hive. So thank you so much. I'm so happy, okay, to be here. On my day job, I talk about Bitcoin. I'm a corporate trainer here in Malaysia. I train companies. I educate them about Bitcoin so that they can bring that subject matter into the office. And today, I'd like to talk, okay, about the Bitcoin race, right? So let's get into it. Can you help me? It's not working. Can you help me click next? It's not working. It's not working. Could you help me with the thing? Okay, right. It's okay. Why is the image empty though? Okay, never mind. Bitcoin. All right, let's just get started anyway, right? So we've already entered into a new era, okay? Today, Bitcoin does not require belief. The Bitcoin race has already started. What was supposed to be here on the left was a table of the largest asset managers in the world, the largest nations holding Bitcoin. On the top is BlackRock, owning about 800,000 of Bitcoin. Yes, on the top, okay, was 800,000 of Bitcoin, followed by Michael Saylor's company, public listed company, about 600,000 of Bitcoin. United States owns about 200,000 of Bitcoin, followed by China, and et cetera, et cetera. Meanwhile, Bitcoin is finite. There's only so much of Bitcoin, right? And it's all transparent. You can actually trace and see who has how much of Bitcoin. On the left here, you could see, okay, that approximately 4 million of Bitcoin is lost forever. And why that is the case is because in the early years of Bitcoin's history, nobody took Bitcoin seriously, you know. And you have, okay, a lot of horror stories, okay, of people losing their passwords and their hard drives. Meanwhile, you have, okay, nations and corporations racing, okay, to accumulate Bitcoin. You have the exchanges, right? The Binance, the Bybit, the KDX of the world, allowing, okay, carrying, okay, this inventory, okay, of Bitcoin so that people can buy and sell. You have a very small amount of Bitcoin left to be mined, but it will take about 100 years to be mined. And more than 40% is still in the hands, okay, of the people. Here you will see, okay, the top 100, okay, companies in the world that are already adding Bitcoin, okay, into their balance sheet. But why is this happening? So, in order to understand, okay, the madness, because a lot of people think, okay, Bitcoiners are mad. Isn't it just are companies all into speculative gambling bets? Is to go back into first principles, right? So, I'm going to try and attempt to do something that I have never done before, which is to do a Bitcoin masterclass in 20 minutes, all right? So what I'm going to cover today is why Bitcoin is a $1 trillion asset. What does Bitcoin mean, okay, for you? What does Bitcoin mean for business? What does Bitcoin mean for government? And what does Bitcoin mean for central banks? So let's get started, okay, with the first question, okay, which is why is Bitcoin a $1 trillion asset? Bitcoin is a $1 trillion asset today because everything of its value is underpinned by just one thing. If this one thing is broken, then it will lose its value entirely. And that is, the Bitcoin network cannot be cheated. To understand why the Bitcoin network cannot be cheated, you need to understand what the Bitcoin network is. And to understand what the Bitcoin network is, I'd like to show you, okay, an analogy. So in my culture, I'm Malaysian Chinese. And every year during Chinese New Year, we would play this game called Mahjong. How many of you have heard of Mahjong? Yeah? So in Mahjong, right, it can get really competitive with friends and family. So how do you prevent people from cheating in a game of Mahjong? What you would do is you would designate someone, okay, to basically hold what we call locally a buku lima lima, which is basically a book where we would write down the winners and the losers, who won how much this round, and who lost, and who owes how much money, and then we'll tally it up. Then, I'd like you to now imagine if there was an entire room of players, mahjong tables, and instead of one book recording just one outcome of one table, but every single table actually records each other's outcome. That is actually what the Bitcoin network is. The Bitcoin network is just a system of fixed, transparent rules to make sure that nobody can cheat. So taking that mahjong analogy, okay, the Bitcoin miner is basically the person that verifies the transactions. The Bitcoin nodes is basically the people who keep the records and keep the Bitcoin miners honest. And the Bitcoin blockchain is basically the final record, okay, that keeps, okay, all the transactions in the Bitcoin network. So what do you have when you have a monetary system that is designed so that nobody cheats? What you have is a savings technology. Bitcoin is not an investment. It is a savings technology. Why is Bitcoin a savings technology? It's because its system is designed, its fixed rules ensures that there will only ever be 21 million Bitcoin. And this has been true for the last 16 years. And because of this absolute verifiable finite supply, Bitcoin resembles a digital form of gold. In fact, Bitcoin is more valuable than gold for 3 reasons. Number 1, it survives space. Number 2, it survives time. And number 3, it's absolutely finite. How does Bitcoin survive space? When you want to transport, say, for example, 10 kilograms of gold, which is approximately 1.2 million, it will cost roughly about $3,000 to transfer, okay, that 1 bar of gold bar from Tokyo to, say, New York. Whereas to transfer, say, the same amount of value, over the Bitcoin network, it only costs approximately $1. How does Bitcoin survive time? So this is what a lot of questions, okay, let's say if a wealthy family, okay, were to ask me, right, about this, I would say to them, okay, that Mr. Tan Sri, right, you have a $100 million building. Imagine if, let's say, you took that $100 million building and you use that $100 million to convert that into 1,000 Bitcoin, for example. That 1,000 Bitcoin will still be 1,000 Bitcoin 100 years, 200 years from now. Whereas, okay, for that $100 million building, could you guarantee that that $100 million building will still be around 100 years later? I cannot tell you about the appreciation of that building, but I can guarantee you that if you have a $100 million building, every single year you will experience physical decay, maintenance costs, taxes that will erode your wealth over time. Bitcoin survives time because it is digital in nature. It does not experience physical decay and is immune to financial debasement. Last but not least, Bitcoin is absolutely finite. Anything in this world can be created infinitely. Take, for example, the new iPhone 17. If there are more demand for iPhone 17, Apple would happily manufacture as many iPhones as possible. Bitcoin cannot. As much as demand goes, no matter how high demand goes for Bitcoin, there is only 21 million Bitcoin. Even US dollars can be created infinitely. To give you the example, the global monetary supply 10 years ago was only $50 trillion, and that has grown to $120 trillion in the last 10 years. This is the reason why when you start saving in Bitcoin, people get wealthier and wealthier, and when you continue to hold fiat, you get poorer and poorer over time. So this is where we currently are at right now. The global wealth today is about $900 trillion. Where is Bitcoin? Despite Bitcoin being, crossing the $100,000 mark, you take the 19.5 million of Bitcoin that is currently in circulation, times the Bitcoin price is roughly about $2 trillion market cap. And that still represents only 0.2% of global wealth. But as education increases, as more and more people start to pay attention and understand Bitcoin as where we are right now, projections are already starting to demonstrate that when things continue to be printed infinitely, and as global wealth grows towards $4 trillion in 21 years, if Bitcoin just captures 10% of global wealth, that means, that Bitcoin will be $21 million in 21 years. So what does this mean, for you, right? A lot of people say, that, am I too late? Far from it. We are just getting started. Bitcoin is not an investment. Bitcoin is a savings technology. So because it survives time and space and is absolutely finite, Bitcoin is the risk-free asset, free from physical decay, free from financial debasement. So start saving on Bitcoin today. For corporations, right, you could start to see a lot of companies starting to accumulate Bitcoin and putting on the balance sheet right now. I've been monitoring this space very closely, and I would like to share, I have divided Bitcoin treasuries into 3 distinct groups. I call them the low tier, the medium tier, and the top tier. On the low tier, I call these zombie treasuries. Why I call these zombie treasuries is because these are companies that are actually financially struggling. They have a financial hole, And somebody comes to them and says, I have this idea, you still have some cash, why not you buy yourself some Bitcoin or Dogecoin or whatever coin and wait for the pump. But the ultimate goal is basically to sell because they are trying to cover a hole. So if there are enough zombie companies that are buying into Bitcoin, this may create a bubble. This may push the Bitcoin price up to 500,000, and it may crash it back to 250,000, because ultimately the playbook in this is to dump, to cover a financial hole. So on the medium tier, this is the base case for Bitcoin treasuries. These are companies that understand Bitcoin. And then they make a strategic decision to take some of their long-term capital, say for example, $100 million that's sitting in a fixed deposit and is constantly, okay, subjected to debasement, and they start to allocate into Bitcoin. So these are companies that understand Bitcoin, and they decided we're going to transition our long-term capital into something that is the best reserve asset in the world, that is Bitcoin. But these companies still might have a mandate or a policy within their company to sell Bitcoin at some time in the road. And then last but not least, on the top tier, this is where just now you see the top 100 Bitcoin treasury companies. This is where these companies, okay, are belonging to. They have a no-sell policy. They understand that Bitcoin is digital gold, and right now they are in the accumulation of gold phase right now. But what else, why are they doing this apart from just buying and holding gold? These companies are also transitioning to become financial companies. So this is what I call the financialization of Bitcoin. So to understand the financialization of Bitcoin, there is no better place to start with the company that led the way, which is MicroStrategy, today rebranded as Strategy. So today, Strategy owns about 640,000 of Bitcoin. And you will often read in the news, oh, this company has issued more debt to accumulate Bitcoin. This company has issued preference shares, equity, to accumulate more Bitcoin. On the surface level, it sounds like this person is basically leveraging, he's gambling. But when I was in Hong Kong about a month ago for the Bitcoin conference, I was sitting in the audience just like all of you. And one statement just caught my attention, that Jeff Walton, he was a speaker, he said on stage, if the Bitcoin price dropped 85%, Strategy will still be fine. And I was like, I just took it at face value, and I kind of like thought to myself, is this true? Because if something can drop 85% and you're still okay, it doesn't sound like gambling. It sounds like a rare kind of resilience. It's just like saying Malaysia, our biggest company is Petronas. It's an oil and gas company. And it's kind of like saying that if the oil price dropped 85%, the company is still okay, right? So I decided to do the research myself. So this is Strategy's entire capital stack, okay? What they did was they started with base Bitcoin, base reserve of Bitcoin in 2020. They bought $250 million worth in August. And then what they did next with that base is that they start issuing debt papers. They raised about $650 million in December 2020 of convertible notes, right? At 0.75% coupon rate. Now, why did people buy? And it was fully subscribed. Now, why people were willing to buy these debt papers that only paid an interest of 0.75% is because they wanted the optionality to convert these debt papers into MicroStrategy shares, which was backed, okay, by Bitcoin. And at that time, there was no BlackRock ETF in 2020. So it was a very novel way at that time for an institution who wanted to get some exposure into Bitcoin. So that's what they started with. And in 2024, and these convertible bonds, okay, were maturing in 2025 this year. But what actually happened was because Bitcoin performed, right, in its trajectory, the MicroStrategy share price, okay, was trading at 1,500, and all these convertible bonds was redeemable at $400. So this entire $650 million, right, of convertible debt was fully redeemed into the company shares in 2024 last year. What does this mean? It means that in 2020, MicroStrategy raised 650 million, used that money to buy Bitcoin, right? And when 2024 happened and everybody redeemed, they did not need to raise $650 million of cash to pay back the debt because all of it was already converted into this. This was the genius, okay, of MicroStrategy. So they did another 4 more rounds, okay, of issuing convertible debt. They repeat the playbook again. Again, okay, and I think the most aggressive period, okay, was last year during the US election run-up. They offered 0% coupon rate. They offered 0% coupon rate convertible bonds, and it was fully redeemed as well. So, fully subscribed. Subsequently, this is the innovation of this year. If you have been paying attention in the last 8 months, the company also issued preference shares, right, of 4 different types: Strive, Stretch, Stride, and Stride, okay? And what each of these financial products, they offered different kinds of yield, stable yield. Like, for example, some of these products offered 10% dividends. Some of them offered a lower dividend, 8%, but with the optionality to convert. What is the summary of this is that MicroStrategy basically took an asset that people don't understand, and he created financial products that people could understand, which is basically offering yield. I'm really apologize, okay, I don't know what happened, but this was a table that basically showed all the debt. Okay, you can actually go to the MicroStrategy website and see what kind of debt that is still pending, right? The total notional value, okay, of all the convertible debt that they have issued is roughly about $8 billion. So if you do the math, that's the debt. With its current Bitcoin holdings of about 640,000 Bitcoin times the Bitcoin price, the value is $70 billion. So if Bitcoin price actually dropped 85%, it's painful for sure, but they still are solvent. Their assets, okay, will beat their liabilities. So I hope that, you know, this may have opened your mind a little bit about Bitcoin treasury companies. What basically they are doing is they are doing a Rockefeller. Similar to how in the early 1900s, this asset called oil was a new asset. But what Rockefeller did was he financialized oil. He created the Standard Oil Trust, and this company basically created financial products that allowed investable claims to oil profits, and he brought it into the capital markets. So what that means is that before this, it is just education. People understand Bitcoin, and then they start to they want to they want to preserve their wealth, so they start allocating into Bitcoin slowly. But because of Bitcoin treasury companies who are financializing Bitcoin, what essentially these companies are doing, they are attacking the 2 largest capital markets in the world: the fixed income market that traditionally offers stable yield, and the real estate market. These are the 2 largest capital markets in the world. This is the biggest story in finance right now that nobody is talking about. And in order to play this game, you need to have Bitcoin. And that is the Bitcoin race. So for nation states, okay, for governments, okay, who are paying attention, who are listening, what can you do? You can do something similar too. Number 1, start accumulating digital gold. Step 2, you can issue state bonds backed by the world's best reserve asset. And you can work with local Bitcoin, you can work with local and global Bitcoin mining companies as a strategy, because what governments and nations have is an abundance of land and resources. You can strike deals such that they can do a profit share or revenue share of Bitcoin mining, and you can accumulate Bitcoin this way as well. So these are some ideas that you can do instead of just going into the market and buy Bitcoin. Lastly, something that I like to touch on is Bitcoin for central banks. So it might sound a little bit odd and controversial to some Bitcoin purists that I'm talking about Bitcoin for central banks. But after studying Bitcoin for 8 years, and this is also an extension of Saifuddin Amus's book, The Bitcoin Standard, Bitcoin is actually not designed to be anti-central banks. Bitcoin is neutral. It is for everyone. It is for you. It is for me. It is for businesses. It's for governments. It is neutral. Bitcoin was created to restore financial integrity back into the monetary system. And that is why Bitcoin is today ready to replace the function of the gold standard. The whole reason why we moved out from the gold standard, okay, was because it was difficult to move gold and settle accounts between countries. And that was the pretext of getting us out of the gold standard 80 years ago. But as already covered, Bitcoin is ready, okay, to solve all these problems. And just this year alone, in 2025, Bitcoin in 3 months have already processed $5 trillion worth of transactions. The best use case for Bitcoin is actually in final settlements. And the risk of a central bank owning zero Bitcoin is very, very high because of increasing tensions between nations, geopolitical tensions, and also rising USD dominance. The Russian state leaders have already picked this up, especially with stable coins going to be the next big thing, right? It's essentially a way for the US to export its debt. And as US dollars, continue to dominate, every other currency, will be forced to follow the US dollar policy because every other currency is basically US dollar plus country risk. So we are in a very unique situation right now because all this never existed 16 to 18 months ago. It is because of the recent developments and all the developments that has happened in the last 18 months where governments, Bitcoin has entered into national conversations. This is why, at least for the next 3.5 years, firstly, Bitcoin will not be outlawed. Second, everybody is still trying to figure this out. That is why this window of opportunity still exists. So if Bank Negara, if the central bank is listening right now, the wisest thing that it can do is to start accumulating Bitcoin. If it just allocates 1% of its foreign exchange reserves, it would have 10,000 Bitcoin and be among the top 10 countries, that actually have Bitcoin, just as a geopolitical insurance, because when the large nations do, and US has a huge advantage, they will start cornering the Bitcoin market. So owning zero Bitcoin is reckless, owning some is prudent, owning early is key. Because Bitcoin is finite. And last but not least, I'd like to end with this. A lot of people say that Bitcoin is a Ponzi. I would say that Bitcoin is the world's first reverse Ponzi. It rewards people who understand, who start saving in Bitcoin, because a typical Ponzi only enriches the few, and it ultimately fails. All roads lead to Bitcoin. I'm writing a book, actually, because Bitcoin is for everyone, right? And, but if you can't wait for my book to come out, I also do trainings. You can come and reach out to me, if you're interested to attend some of my trainings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you very much, man. I'm going to get my own Bitcoin treasury, maybe, after this. Can well, no? Oh, that's it for Jason. Yeah, we need the one. So next up is Alephium, Joseph. He's all the way from Bangkok, and with the Hive community, we have this kind of, how do you call it, Grim? tradition. On Sunday, it was born 5 years ago in Bangkok. We had a tuk-tuk rally ride, and then people were passing along this local drink. But because the Hive price was very low back then, we couldn't afford big monies. So we bought the most cheapest whiskey out there, which was Sangsam, yes. So I told it to Joseph, and he came from Bangkok, and he actually flew in with a bottle of Sangsam. I'm not promoting alcohol use. I'm not promoting alcohol use. So thank you, Joseph, and he's now here to present a little bit about, not really about the Lefium, but he's actually here with a warning, right, Joseph? Please, make us afraid, and the floor is yours. Here will be a timer, and...
Good morning, Malaysia. Hello. Thank you very much for turning out. Thank you, Roland. Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Jason and Eason. Very interesting talks. Jason, I think Balaji and Satoshi would be very proud. But I am kind of making a similar argument from a different angle. I'm scared. I'm scared for the future because there's a trend that's very worrying. Corporate L1s. You may not have heard of this, but you may. Now, let me just introduce myself. I'm Joseph Kennedy. I'm head of marketing and growth at Lefium. We're from Switzerland. We are a layer 1 blockchain, 4 years on mainnet, 6-year-old project, and we are highly decentralized, scalable, and secure. Guys, how do I change slides? Technical difficulties. Okay, I've made this meme here, which represents my feelings. I don't really like Web 2. I like Web 3. I think a lot of you guys agree. Web 3 has done a lot of good for our lives. But I've also seen the bad side. I've worked for projects that have been rugged. I've seen a colleague steal millions. I've seen my savings plummet and back up and back down and back up. It's been a wild ride. I've worked for a project that got acquired by a messiah. I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I'm not scared anymore. I'm not scared of Web 3, but I am scared of this. This is bad. Who are these corporate L1s that I talk about? Google, Stripe, Tether, Bitfinex, and more recently, CME Group and Swiat GmbH, if you've heard of these. Next slide. It's not working. Technical difficulties? Okay. Corporate L1s are compromised from day one. They come from companies who are worth billions, tens of billions, even hundreds of billions of dollars. They are centralized at their core. Now, some of you, hopefully all of you, will be familiar with the triangle. You have to pick one side, in theory. You can only have two of these things. If you are a corporate L1, you cannot have this thing. You cannot be decentralized. But decentralization is so important, and I know Hive community members, I've spoken to some of you already, you are here because you wanted decentralization and you did not want a messiah. So I appreciate that. We're fighting the same fight. So I'm going to go first with what I call the world champion of data control. That is Google. And Google is building a layer 1 blockchain. And I don't like it. I'm scared of it. You can read this. Now, what is Google? Google is the world's biggest search engine, and it's an absolute Goliath of data. We're talking 8 billion daily searches, 90% of search engine volume. They're worth trillions. They are the world's second biggest brand. And if there's one company in the world that is absolutely obsessed with data, it is Google. It eats, sleeps, and breathes data. If there's one company I do not want to have a blockchain and put all of the data on-chain, it is Google. Even worse, Google is doing a permissioned blockchain only with their friends. That is data centralization 101, the purest form I may have ever seen, and I'm scared of it. I don't like it. Can we move on? Yep. Okay, I'll give you another one. What is Stripe? You may have heard of Stripe, may not. It's one of the world's biggest payment processing companies. Last year, 2024, they processed 1.4 trillion in payments. 1.4 trillion in payments. That's 1.3% of today's global GDP. That is terrifying. What's more terrifying is that they're worth $100 billion, and they've been using their profits to acquire other companies. Stripe last year acquired Bridge, which is stablecoin infrastructure, and they acquired Privy, which is wallet infrastructure. They paid, in total, almost $2 billion for this. Now, they already have the payments layer. They already have all the merchant lock-in and the commerce layer. Now they have the stablecoin layer and the wallet layer. What's the goal here? Financial gatekeeping 2.5. The goal for Stripe is to own the entire stack from top to bottom of commerce. That's very scary. It's completely centralized too. You know, they will control all the validators, and I don't want to see that. And I think you guys don't want to see that too. It is anti-Web3. It is a monopoly, and it goes against the absolute ethos of why we are all here. So I implore you to do your best to avoid it if you care about these things. I'm going to go through this one super quickly. Circle, as you know, they issue USDC, super big company. It's actually second most profitable company in the world per employee, recently overtaken by Hyperliquid. Now, they have announced an L1 for super fast and super convenient stablecoin transactions. But there is a huge cost to corporate convenience, and I don't like it. Right? I like this decentralized thing that we all have. And the issue here is they have a consortium blockchain design that only invites their friends, their very rich billionaire friends, into it. The outcome of that, of what Circle's building, is an L1 that's a plutocracy. If you're not familiar, plutocracy is like a government or a state purely governed by the rich. We don't want that. We really don't want that. So I implore you, avoid ARC, or do your own research. Don't trust, verify. I've done a lot of the research for you, but go away and look into these. Now, why am I telling you these things? Because I'm from Alephium. We are a decentralized layer 1 blockchain, and we want builders who align with our values. You have a choice. You have the choice of corporate convenience, corporate L1s. You can go and build on them. They want you, some of them don't. They want bigger fish than you sometimes. But when it's a decentralized blockchain, anyone can build. You own it. You own your voice. You own your ideas. You own your community. That's what you want. That is the root of Web3, and that's why you should come and join us. We really want to talk to you. We want to learn about your ideas. We've been on mainnet for 4 years. We have 70 dApps already. Really supportive ecosystem, grants, all the stuff that you need to nurture your ideas. And you don't have to be scared of us, because everything we give you is for you and for your community. Now, I just want to say a final thanks. I thanked everyone, but I didn't thank the Blockflow Alliance DAO. That's a DAO on Alephium who actually paid for me to be here. So thank you to the Blockflow Alliance DAO. If you don't know what a DAO is, it's a decentralized autonomous organization, and it's run by the community who believe in a project. And they believed in me enough to send me here and allow me to talk to you. So thank you to the DAO. Thank you to all of you guys for being here. They voted to send me here, and I've had an absolute pleasure to talk to all of you. My time's almost up. There's a few more things. If you want to snap a photo, here's some little highlights of Alephium. I'll stand out of the way. And one more. Yes, these are some of our highlights. Now, we have solved the trilemma. As I mentioned before, we are scalable, we are decentralized, and we are secure. We spent 4 years developing the infrastructure layer to make sure that the trilemma was solved. Very few projects can claim that, and now we're about to launch our own DEX and staking of our native token, ALF. So have a look, do your research, alephium.org. Here's my contact details if you want to talk to me. I'd love to network with some of you afterwards. Thank you so much. Do I have time for any questions? No. No. But you can come and find me. I'm dying for a coffee. Let's have a chat. Thank you very much. And enjoy the Sangsum. I hope Roland will share it.
All right. You get a change of face now. Change of pace, change of face. Thank you, Joseph. I obviously work with many of you in the Hive community, so that particular talk resonates very strongly with me. Most of us that are here are either brand new crypto newbies, blockchain newbies, or people who have seen how centralization actually really threatens this space. So it's awesome to have a take from all the different type of people who are building. So, as we move along, we actually have somebody who has made that journey themselves. And he actually described himself to me as a TradFi dinosaur, which he said it, not me. He's very on the ball. But what he's going to come up and he's going to chat with you a little bit about digital assets here in Malaysia. And digital assets are huge. We've been talking a lot about blockchain and cryptocurrency as money, but there's a big shift in how we're actually thinking about the asset class. And all of the TradFi guys are starting to pay attention. This is a pretty important part of what's coming up in this space. So I want to introduce you to Sangboon. Come on up. And he's going to give you a little chat about what's happening in Malaysia with digital assets.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gina. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Malaysia. For those who are here for you in Malaysia for the first time, I'm Sangboon. I call myself the TradFi dinosaur because I'm still new to the crypto space. In Malaysia, we call it the digital asset space. And I have to dress up in my bunny suit to live up to my moniker, just like Gina, who is called herself a crimson clad. She also dresses up to live up to her moniker. So, well, without further ado, I would like to start and share with you in a 5-minute quick on the update on the status of Malaysian digital assets industry. Okay. All right. Okay, anyway, as they wait to get up the slides, okay, just to, all right, okay, all right, next. Next slide. All right, I've been in the TradFi industry for almost 3 decades, so way too long, all right? So recently started to believe in the, nope. Next slide, okay. All right, the digital asset space in the capital markets industry, they come under the Capital Market Services Act, that's the Mothership Act, which classifies digital assets in the capital markets. So we zoom into this particular regulation. There are 2 regulations in Malaysia, particularly what are designated that covers the digital assets. First is the guidelines for recognized markets. So this is the first set of rules that governs digital asset exchanges, such as our general sponsor here, KDX. Next slide. Okay, this is the guidelines on digital assets, and they cover the digital asset custodians and the initial exchange offerings market. Okay, next. All right, where can we buy digital assets in Malaysia? Currently, there are 5 operating, 6 licenses given out, but only 5 digital assets operating in Malaysia. I think one of them is KDX. Okay, next. Okay, there are also 3 licenses given out to digital asset custodians in Malaysia, namely CoKeeps, Gambit Custody, and Jada Platform. All right, next. Okay, but however, there's only 2 trustees that's supporting the digital asset custodians. And in fact, only one of them, Universal Trustees, is already fully operational. The other one, Amanah Raya Trustees, is still in the process. This is because of the APIs required to link the institutional fund managers to the exchanges, to the banks, and to the digital asset custodians. And because of these multi-API linkages, it is very complicated and time-consuming to actually operate in this market. Okay, next. Okay, initial exchange offerings, which is basically tokenization of assets, of real assets. There are currently only 2 operators, Capital DX and Pitch Platforms. All right, next. Okay, these are the lists of tradable assets in Malaysia. Currently, okay, next. There are 23 of them as of today. Just check Securities Commission. And they are all utility tokens. Okay, I'll just give you the process, for how these tokens are listed on the securities exchange. Each of the digital asset exchanges have to come up with their research papers and then their use cases, present it to the Securities Commission here in Malaysia to get their buy-in. After they agree, then only it is being approved for trading in Malaysia. So that is the current process. But the Securities Commission has already intend to liberalize it, and we'll see probably towards the end of the year the process of liberalization. To what extent, we don't know, but we'll just have to wait probably in end of November, December. Okay, next. All right, these are the list of Sharia-compliant digital assets in Malaysia. Currently, there are 15 of them. And why is it Sharia? It is because the Sharia Advisory Committee of the Securities Commission classifies digital assets, particularly those utility tokens, as assets rather than currencies because of their behavior in terms of, it behaves more like an asset and it can be distributed and owned specifically by different individuals. Okay, next. Okay, and finally, I think this is the last slide. I think you cannot escape the tax man. All right, in Malaysia, if you trade too often in Malaysia, you'll be traded as trading income and you'll be taxed as income tax. Otherwise, if we were to invest and not so frequent we trade, then the inland revenue will treat it as capital gains and is exempt of tax. Okay, I think that's a short, quick update. All right, I still have 1 more minute. I'd just like to share with you just a quick view from my view on the behavior of Bitcoin. Because from my experience as a fund manager previously, I think as we see the institutionalized institutions buying the Bitcoin, more and more going forward, Bitcoin will start to behave more and more like a big cap stock. Just like what we see in the New York Stock Exchange, and likewise what we see in the key index like KLCI. It is because the behavioral of institutions are different than what we see previously in whales, sharks, and all the crabs from the retail. So what we see is that the volatility of key coins like Bitcoin and Ethereum, currently these two are the one with the big ETFs, will start to slowly behave like a big cap stock. All right? So we have to keep that in mind because the volatility swings may not be that sharp anymore unless there's a big leverage positions over there. Without the leverage positions, it will not be. So that's my sharing. Thank you very much. I'll be still be around for any Q&A. Thank you very much. Back to you, Gina.
All right. Roland, coffee break? We're going to continue, so you want me to just... Yeah? All right. I had to do a quick check here. So, we were scheduled to have a bit of a coffee break, but everybody is finding their drinks, they're finding their seats, they're visiting our booths, they're checking out the developers upstairs. But we're gonna keep moving because we got so much good stuff on the schedule today. I am super happy to announce that we have one of our Hive community members. He's a builder, he's a leader, he's working with VSC. He's got a lot of cool stuff on the go. Yeah. He's also a pretty cool guy. And he's going to talk to you about what is happening with VSC, exciting cross-chain opportunities from Hive and beyond for the rest of you. So I'm going to shut up. I'm going to give this to you.
Awesome. Thanks for the nice introduction. Yeah, it's great to be here. Amazing event, first time in Malaysia. I want to say thank you for organizing this, Joanne and Roland as well, our resident event organizer. It works? Is it on? Oh, there we go. Yeah. So my name is Damir Rogosic. people on Hive know me as Lord Butterfly, which is also my wallet address and my username, which is interesting about Hive. I'm the head of business development for VSC, Virtual Smart Chain, which is a kind of a cross-chain protocol that aims to be the cross-chain hub of entire crypto ecosystem, also a universal liquidity layer, quite a large goals we have set for ourselves. So today I'll be talking a bit about cross-chain, why it's important for the maturity of the whole crypto ecosystem, and some of the problems that we're trying to solve ourselves with our project. There we go. So nowadays, blockchains kind of exist as separate islands. They don't really communicate with each other. It's not easy going from one to the other for the users. And you could say they all have their own identity systems. They all have their own wallet addresses, token standards in many cases. For example, if you wanted to send some Ethereum tokens back and forth on the Ethereum mainnet, what would you do? So what you would do is basically download an Ethereum wallet and then just do some transactions back and forth. And that's great, that's awesome. But what if you wanted to do the same thing on Solana, on Hive, on Tezos? Well, you would have to repeat the process all over again. What if you wanted to send some tokens back and forth between these blockchains? That wouldn't be so simple. You would use decentralized bridges, maybe centralized exchanges, and that's not in the ethos of the crypto space. This also creates friction. This creates a problem with the user experience. And this type of user experience isn't something that you can fix simply by, I don't know, adjusting a few things with your logging system or with your DApp. No, this problem is fundamental to how the core of the crypto industry works. That's basically where we come in, where VSC comes in. We want to give you choice, a choice of one wallet from whatever blockchain there is, and allow you to do transactions back and forth, hold tokens from different blockchains, which should help in terms of payments, in terms of remittances, while at the same time allowing our dApps that are potentially going to be building on our smart contracts platform, which is another thing we're offering, to have access to the wider ecosystem without having to be tied to a single blockchain. So when it comes to successful business models, a lot of successful business models do things similarly to some others, do the same thing. But there's one thing about them, one unique thing that's different. And that thing has value. For us, for VSC, that is wallet interoperability. So, if you're going to remember one thing about this presentation today, about VSC, it's that we aim to abstract all complexity from everyday crypto use for the end user. So the question is, how are we going to do that? To simplify things, I made kind of these 3 pillars of functionality on the VSC protocol. The first one being native cross-chain swaps. Secondly, our smart contracts platform. And thirdly, NAM, native asset mapping, which is kind of an evolution of what's possible with cross-chain technology today. It's kind of the new technology that we built ourselves for VSC. So, what are cross-chain swaps? Cross-chain swaps are essentially trades that you do between 2 blockchains, between 2 different wallets, that's not reliant on intermediaries, that's not reliant on centralized bridges or centralized exchanges, while completely maintaining your sovereignty during these transactions. So there's a lot of, well, not a lot of, a few cross-chain protocols that do the similar thing like we do here. But there's a number of things that we do differently that kind of makes us stand out in some ways. The primary thing is that we use HBD. HBD, a stable coin native to the Hive ecosystem, and we use it as the base asset in all trading pairs, in all liquidity pools. What this does is 2 things. Because it's a base asset, you only need 1 liquidity pool per token that you have implemented on your platform. While that's completely different with other blockchains, for example, other protocols like Uniswap, where they would need to pair up all these different tokens with each other. So the efficiency of liquidity use is many times higher on VSC than these legacy protocols. Also, because it's a stable coin and not a volatile asset, you don't have to be kind of concerned with being open to volatility from both sides, like is the case with these other protocols that exist that are related to cross-chain. So you might ask, okay, why would we use your protocol instead of already these established centralized bridges that exist? For a single reason. Are you afraid to lose your money? These centralized bridges have failed many times in the past, and that's for a simple reason that they have a single point of failure. And with some of these hacks that happened, which are one of the biggest in history, even though bridge activity only accounts for maybe 2 or 3% of total blockchain activity, these hacks are some of the biggest in the history of crypto. For example, with Ronin Bridge, Wormhole, Nomad, multi-chain. So that will be it in terms of our first functionality aspect. Secondly, we're talking about smart contracts. A pretty standard offering when it comes to the crypto ecosystem, but what we're bringing new to the table is kind of tied to wallet interoperability. We're using WebAssembly for our smart contracts. Again, this gives you more flexibility when you're deploying your smart contracts because you don't have to tie yourself to the small base of potential programmers. You can use more standardized programming languages like Golang, much easier to find a developer for that, especially. It's the first time decentralized options like this exists on Hive, and that's in terms of that. But what I wanted to talk about is in the implication of what we're bringing to the table for the dApps that are going to be deploying here potentially, right? Right now we have a dApp on Ethereum or on Hive. Who are the users that can access your dApp, who can use your application, who can maybe interact with your smart contracts? They're the users that already have that single wallet, that they're already users of that single blockchain. When you introduce wallet interoperability into the smart contract system, what you do is allow for these dApps access to the wider ecosystem. So they're no longer tied to a single blockchain. Wallet addresses from Bitcoin, from Litecoin, from Ethereum can all interact with the smart contracts on VSC all at the same time. And if we're talking about the next killer app, next killer dApp for crypto, the first one ever, by default, that dApp cannot exist on a blockchain that's tied off from the rest of the crypto ecosystem, from the rest of the users. It has to exist inside a system built on a platform that is accessible by everyone all at the same time. That is what we're bringing to the table with VSC. And thirdly, I know I'm probably boring some of you, native asset mapping, expansion of the technology that cross-chain swaps are bringing. What this essentially means is that you're capable of holding tokens from different blockchain in different blockchain wallet addresses. So that's currently available on a protocol with the example of maybe HBD being held in the Ethereum wallets. In the future, you'll have scenarios where you would be maybe connecting your Solana wallet to VSC and sending Ethereum tokens to a Bitcoin wallet address. This is virtually unheard of so far in crypto. So implications for this are massive, in my opinion here, especially when it comes to maybe remittances and payments. Maybe you want to develop a payment system. The biggest problem currently with payment systems that exist, most of them are completely centralized or, most of them are completely centralized or completely tie you to a single blockchain, to a single ecosystem, to a single customer base if you're a business. If you expand this, if you allow for the aspect of native asset mapping, holding these other tokens in any other blockchain wallet, you're essentially expanding the user base, the customer base. If you're a business, you're a merchant, you want to sell some physical items, it benefits you far more if a buyer can pay in any wallet with any system instead of being tied to a single blockchain. So with native asset mapping, we're doing trust minimized. It's also secured by the same system with, that is tied to the cross-chain swaps, 2/3 validators consensus, and it's economically secured with Hive at 1.5 to 1. So this is in terms of wrapping. Again, same problem as with the bridges that exist. Wrapped assets have a trust assumption that collateral is secured. Many times it's not. Also has a single point of failure. So you want to decentralize this the best way you can. So I would say, I mean, when you're talking about these problems, why haven't they been fixed so far? Why haven't been adjusted? In many cases, I would say crypto tribalism plays a large part. It's essentially people saying, why should I develop a solution for a user that's not using the blockchain that I want them to use? My blockchain is the best. Theirs not. So that's kind of persistent in all of the crypto ecosystem currently, with kind of focus on inward development instead of outwards, with lack of development in terms of connecting between systems. So that's why I'm seeing this happening. So this is kind of a summary of what VSC is capable of. And before I go on, I would like to say, okay, what are the economic incentives? Why would I want to be part of this system? You could say there are kind of three types of users. The regular users that are going to be using swaps, generating fees. They benefit from not having to rely on centralized exchanges or centralized bridges. Secondly, validators and collateral providers, of course, they share a part of the trading fees. And we're going to be having a VSC token launched, fair launch, next year, distributed to the contributors to the system. So look out for that and the white paper coming. I want to take some time to just announce that on 11th of November, we're going to be launching our first integration with Bitcoin. Bitcoin liquidity pools will be coming to VSC, and after that, on 12th of December, we're going to be launching an integration with Dash in the same manner as with Bitcoin. So thank you for your time. Sorry if I went on for too long, and if you have any questions, I'll be around here with my team as well.
Yes, great.
So we're going to take a break now, or what?
What do you want? Do you prefer me or Quim?
Yeah, I mean, if there's any questions, I'm here.
Yeah. No, we can do questions, yes?
Yeah,
one question. Okay. Any questions for Damir? No? None? Are you sure? All right. Unfortunate. Yes. No, there was just somebody arranging the haircut. That's cool too. Almost a question. Where did you get your haircut? You have a question?
No. Oh. Almost a question. I'm saying almost a question.
Okay, thanks. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Oh, this is a very valuable clicker, the only one working. Cheers. So we're going to set up a little panel. Give us 5 minutes, and then we're ready to go with the panel, continue the program. Don't forget to check out the hamster booth. Upstairs, there's workshops going on. Hive BDevs are doing workshops until 2 p.m. If you want to learn more about building on top of the Hive blockchain, we've got lots of native libraries, and you can learn more in the top floor. It's on the 3rd floor, and it also has a bed. If you need to sleep properly, there is a 2-person bed, a double bed. You can grab it for a bit. But you have to learn about Hive in the meantime. So 5 minutes and we continue. see, it was Dave. Something. Okay, we're gonna continue. Did you already try the teh tarik? I did. It's pretty sweet, but it's also very nice. Serving it all day. Do you like it, Dania? The teh tarik? Yeah? Great. I want to invite up the stage for the panel session. First of 4 panels. We're doing communities panel, RWA panel, AI panel, and a panel on, tell me, panel on panels. Because it's cool to have a panel on panels now.
It's very meta.
It is? It's good. All right, I want to invite up the stage. Please come. Aida from CH90, Mario from Monash, Jung Heng Te from APU Blockchain Club, and Brian from Taylor Blockchain Club. Please, guys, welcome. And of course, this panel will be moderated by Crimson, representing Hive. Hive stamped on the heart. Okay, the floor is yours, guys.
Let's just make sure we can get everybody's mics on. How are they looking? All right, press that power button. Good, good, good. Excellent. All right, we'll give it a test here. We'll make sure we can hear everybody. So obviously, as a Hive community member and as somebody who's deeply involved in Web3, decentralization, blockchain, I'm a big builder, I'm a big community member, and I believe truly that is how we get more people in. You learn best from seeing other people do things. You learn best from making friends, meeting teachers. And so today's panel, we're gonna focus on the people who are doing exactly that. They are building communities across Malaysia. They are bringing people into the space, doing some teaching. So we have some great questions, but I think to get started, I would love for you guys to quickly introduce yourselves. Let's just go down the line and talk a little bit about what you're doing.
Hello, my name is Ada. I'm from CH90, the largest Web3 community in Malaysia. So yeah, I have been Web3 for quite some time, but my main job, my job is the CTO from a Web2 company. So unlike most of the people here, my full-time job is Web2, but we are a group of people who are really interested in Web3. So that's the reason why we are in one community.
Awesome.
Right. Hello. Yeah. So hi everyone. My name is Jun Heng from APU BCC, and yeah, I'm the president of APU BCC, and also APU BCC is a student blockchain club in Malaysia. Yeah.
Awesome. Mario?
Yeah, thanks for having us here. My name is Mario. I am the founder and the president of Monash Blockchain Club. So we are from Monash University, and we activate students and promote them to join Web3 activities and host several events in our campus to make sure that students are aware and in touch of the crypto and blockchain ecosystem.
Fantastic. And last but not least?
Yeah, my name is Brian, and I'm the president of Taylor's Blockchain Club. I guess we're the 4th largest blockchain club in Malaysia itself. But yeah, we do blockchain events, workshops, and seminars as well.
Awesome. So an incredible group of builders here. And I know we have a lot of students who are attending today. We've got people watching on the live stream. And since we're here in beautiful Malaysia, it's awesome to be able to talk about what's happening grassroots. You know, to lead off, I would love to ask you guys a little bit about sort of the human entry point to blockchain, and that's what we're here for. You know, community is basically the most effective way to get people interested in Web3. And so we get people really excited. It's exciting, it's interesting, they come in. How do we keep people engaged? And I think community has a really important role in that. So panels are usually really stuffy. We go, you talk, you talk, you talk, you talk. I would love if this could be a little more of a conversation. So feel free to jump in. But since you are all community leaders, you're onboarding people, talk a little bit about what you're doing to keep people engaged. You know, some of the things that's happening in your clubs and your initiatives. But somebody does have to jump in and go first, or else I pick.
All right, let me go first. All right. So yeah, the question is like how to keep how to take people in and like how people are going to on ramp or like introduce them to Web3 and how to keep them. All right, so yeah, actually Web3 or blockchain or cryptocurrency or Bitcoin is not something very unfamiliar for most of the people. Like, but when people heard of Web3, heard of Bitcoin, yeah, they feel excited, but what next? Like, how do I join? So they will face a series of questions. So for example, if I just look it up on the internet, there are a lot of not so accurate information, or there are like scams. There are thousands of blockchains, coins, exchanges, and you don't know like which one is real, which one is false, and most of the fake or like scammy projects, they will look like really cool and really attractive for new people to join. And after they lose money, they will think Bitcoin is a scam. Screw it, I will leave it like forever and ever. Don't even introduce me to Web3 again. So yeah, so I think the community solve this very important question. How do they start? So they can start from the community. At the very least, community, like most of the community is free. For example, my community, we are not backed by any projects, backed by any exchange, backed by any coins, backed by any blockchain. So we are just simply a community, by the community, for the community. So people can start here for free and get information for free because we are more objective, because we are not backed by anyone. So yeah, I think it is a very good point to start. And how do we keep people engaged? How do we keep people inside our community? I think the main factor is to continue teaching, like other than introduce them, so we can teach them more than that. So we can teach them according to their interest. For example, for our community, we had in a couple months ago, we had a course about how to deploy your own smart contract. Yeah, we did it online for free. And next month, we are going to have a class for white coding, so to teach you how to build your own dApp on with AI. So yeah.
That's awesome. You mentioned something, and I'm going to throw it to these guys too, is we start out for free. Now, knowing you guys work with a lot of students, that's usually pretty important. A lot of people think, okay, I'm going to join a community, it's crypto, it's going to cost me some money. But students notoriously don't always have money. So when you bring them in, is it the same sort of thing? Keeping them engaged, is making friends, giving them teaching? So how are you keeping the students that you get in, how are you keeping them engaged in what they're learning about Web3?
Yeah, so I think I would say community is like the distribution layer for the crypto community. So I think that's the most important part where we should pay a lot of attention in. And when it comes to communities, I think trust, connection, and the passion for like people in the community to help and help each other and provide value within the community itself is the most important thing. So I think one thing that every community should really notice is how can, as a part of community, how can you provide value to other people within your community? And when it comes to us students, our priority is how do we provide values for students who want to learn about blockchain, which means that we provide you connections with people who work in the industry, we bring them to the university, and then we do a lot of workshops and activities to make sure that you know what is happening in the ecosystem and you get a lot of insights of what's happening. So I think it all goes back to what kind of value that you can deliver to people in your community, because I'm pretty sure that everyone is busy all of the time, and how do they make sure that they will receive something when they're actually joining your activities, like whether it is from connections, whether it is from insights, educations, or maybe other things when you host activities.
So, community leaders like you guys are actually at the heart of building better blockchain. But to build on that, we're talking about engagement. The next piece that comes is education. So maybe Junheng or Brian, do you guys want to talk a little bit about what models are you using to actually teach these students that come in to learn from you?
Yeah, so I mean for us tailors, what we did differently from other university blockchain clubs is that we actually teach blockchain 101 events based on a monopoly game. I think that itself haven't done in any other university blockchain clubs across the globe as well. So, I mean, we are still going to make more events like this happen. And
Yeah.
of course, if there is, in the audience, if there is any institutions that are wanting to onboard with us, we are very happy to do that as well. And on top of that, the main focus point is also to include everybody together, be it Web 2 or Web 3. I think that's a community-driven
Yes.
first as a Web 3 community itself. And in the process and in the perspective of a student, this is the best way for us to do it is because students themselves are not profit-driven from the first place. And from maybe an institution background coming, their first focus is maybe to make profits, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, so for my side, our club is kind of like a special case because all of our community members are all developers or builders. So mostly what our community does is some workshops, hackathons. Sometimes we host hackathons for them. And I think the main part to get them to engage is in reality, yeah, people are more on a self-driven kind of things, but in reality, people wants to get some returns. And what we do is sometimes we give a little bit of bounties, some cash prizes
Yeah.
to get them attracted. Yeah, but but at the end of the day, it still depends on their self-passions on blockchain, this kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, let's face it, all of us are interested in the magic internet money at some point, I mean. But, you know, so here we are in Malaysia. You guys are all community leaders. You're activating students locally, people who are interested in this space locally. But at the event today, myself, I've come all the way from Canada. We have people from all over the world, Europe, North America, and across Asia. So knowing that Web3 really is about building connections, it's about knocking down nation-state borders and building network states, how are you guys encouraging students here in Malaysia to look at global communities? Whether it's like we've got the penguins up here in the huddle or the Hive blockchain, which is building out, you know, social communities. How are you finding that your groups and clubs, how are they connecting with the wider world using blockchain?
Yeah, so for our side, so how do we actually expose to global ecosystem? So for my side, our club, we encourage students to go and join hackathons. And we actually, we sponsored a team to go some global hackathons around the world. And this is where they can get some connections to the global industries in Web3. Yeah, I think this is kind of like for the builders and developers. Yeah.
Awesome.
For our club, it's also something similar to them as well because, of course, we're a blockchain club. And what we do is that we actually travel to different countries as well. And not just in Malaysia. I think for communities, they can start like locally to actually network with people across like Malaysia. But however, if you want to get more in-depth knowledge, I think that's where you can find in different events like Token or maybe like Consensus as well.
Yeah. Ada, what about you guys? Are you reaching out across borders?
Yes, sure. So I think there are two major ways. So the first way is when we host an event in Malaysia. We will invite people from all around the globe to join our event. And when other community, especially outside of Malaysia, when they are having an event, they will also invite us. So usually we will send one or two representatives to join their event. And CH90 is not like strictly a Malaysian community. So we also have members. Yeah, most of them are Malaysian people who are working overseas in UK, Singapore, Hong Kong, and etc. Maybe when they are there, they can join the event in the name of CH90. I think these are two major ways to help us to expand our point of view.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think the good thing about community is all communities in the crypto ecosystem always help each other. So I think in terms of like students community, like friends from APU BCC, they connected with College DAO, which is basically the collective of like university blockchain clubs all over the world.
Yeah.
And our club, we also connected with a lot of blockchain clubs, not only in Malaysia, but also globally, like students in Singapore, students in the US, students from Europe. I think, yeah, so communities always help each other, and that's why we really love being part of this community and helping people each other, especially among the students. So, yeah, I would say there's a lot of opportunities globally that is available in this ecosystem, and everybody wants to help each other. So I would say, like, when it comes to student community, like, as long as you're being active in what's happening in the ecosystem, eventually you'll be able to scale and meet a lot of people on the global network.
Yeah, some great points here, because obviously communities are voluntary gatherings. People that like the same stuff or are interested in seeing change decide to get together and do something about it. And that's at the heart of blockchain, is this voluntarism, this idea that I would like to do this, I would like to meet these people, I would like to change the world. It's a really interesting part of collaboration, and you guys have touched on it, how important it is that people are working together, but they're also following their own interests. So, knowing that you are often working with students and young people, and we're talking about collaboration, I would love to hear more from you guys about how we're actually collaborating, not just from the community sense, but how are we collaborating to bring people into the space, thinking forward about careers or working across the different layers of this space. Because obviously, it's one thing to get involved in blockchain from just, I'm going to maybe buy an NFT or I'm going to build a DApp. But how are we shaping people to start developing or being a founder or an entrepreneur? Because it starts with interest and then it turns into so much more. You guys are mentoring these leaders who are going to change the space in the future. So especially since you guys are collecting up people by interest, how do we build a pipeline to kind of create more and more people who are confident working with blockchain, with Web3, and really working in this space as leaders? It's a big question, I know.
I would say it's a network effect. So when you start your community, eventually as it gets bigger, you will be able to provide more communities, more opportunities for people in your community. And I think the best way to start from there is to connect students with people from the industry. Because I'm pretty sure a lot of people in the industry also wants to look for opportunities in the students. Like, in fact, some of the biggest projects in the ecosystem are actively investing and supporting with student communities. They wanna support the students because they know that these students are gonna be the future innovators, people who are gonna build on their ecosystem. So definitely the best way is to connect people, connect the students or anyone in your community to all of these people in the industry. Eventually, like, these people will also provide opportunities for people in your communities. So the best way is to just like connect people with each other. And as your network and community gets bigger, I'm pretty sure that there will be more opportunities that comes, and eventually you'll be able to bring more impact in the future.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, similar to Mario just said, yeah, it's important to bring like industries players inside, and because they are more experienced in this space, and I'm pretty sure that all of them are pretty willing to guide students and guide the young generations for building projects, maybe some for founding projects, or maybe be a founder or something. And I think that yeah, industry players is very important. And what we do, and besides that, what we do, we actually actively do some job posting on our community, and people are aware that, oh, there are some jobs are openings, and we try to give them the confidence and go and apply this kind of things. And yeah, some of them actually succeed, and they actually got a job in Web3 space.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I think working in Web3 is the best way to learn about Web3. Not only that you don't need to spend money, but in return you can earn money from learning Web3. And yeah, however, so yeah, in like people like you people might know that Web3 is a very fast-changing industry. So one company can pivot or can expand in a very short time. So their turnover rate of their manpower can be really high. So they might need to hire people, like good people, fast. But there is some problem where they are facing is like a lot of people, you cannot tell that they are really valid people or they can actually be useful by just having one meeting or twice. I mean, in this world, there are too many charlatans, especially in Web3. So one way they look for talent is from the community. So at the very least, the guy from the community will have a very good community name, like everyone in the community speak highly of him. And at the very least, you know that this guy can work for voluntarily for community, which means he really like Web3. And yeah, there are quite a lot of examples in our community from Web2 to Web3. So for example, there are quite a few developers, Web2 developers, they pivot to Web3 engineer after they join our community. And there are quite a lot of people like engineer, civil engineer, and real estate agent. They also able to get a Web3 job through our community. But first, they need to learn from our community or maybe contribute something in order to be seen by those industry players. So yeah, it's happened like quite oftenly, like people post their vacancy in our community to look talent from our community.
It's excellent. It's almost like social proof in that you guys are building networks of people who are capable and educated.
Yeah, proof of social.
Yes, social, exactly. And then also your communities are building great reputations. And just by getting involved with you, again, these people are getting a boost. Do you want to quickly touch on what, because again, you're the fourth largest university group.
Right. I mean, the first thing, of course, is to let them get exposure into industry events. I mean, to even get a job, you really need to know what the industry is all about at the first place, right? And of course, the first thing that you need to do is to basically get into these communities, get into the events, know what they are doing, know what the founder is doing, and then actually start, right? Because not all of us are just there to learn about the white paper and stuff like that. And we are there to actually understand what this industry can actually provide in the long term as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So time is flying. We're going to come kind of into our last question, and it really touches on everything we've kind of talked about today, which is we're here in Malaysia, and Malaysia kind of has an advantage. The median age here is about 30 years old. Everybody's got a smartphone, which of course, when we think about how disruptive tech enters our lives, smartphones are a big part of it. Blockchain, being able to use a mobile wallet or a mobile game. This is people's entry point to Web3. So you guys are really in touch with the youth culture here. There's a huge population. You're at the forefront of what can really shape all of Southeast Asia's development in Web3. So, you know, do you want to talk a little bit about that? Is Malaysia sort of as a center of young people and what people in your groups are wanting to do as they move out into the world with Web3? And also sort of how Malaysia has a chance to really become one of the blockchain and Web3 leaders because of your strong communities?
I think the biggest advantage of being a Malaysian is we can speak, I think, at least 3 languages. And let's say I can speak English and I can speak Mandarin because I'm a Malaysian Chinese. So this is kind of like an advantage. We can connect to more people from different regions. Let's say China, I can speak Chinese to him. Let's say from Europe, from US, I can speak English. And maybe but in Malaysia, we have our own native language called Bahasa Melayu. So we can speak Malay to Malays, but all of us still know English, and English kind of like a unified language for Malaysia, yeah.
Yeah, you guys can speak to us. I mean, I hate to say it. I speak like English at like a 0.75. I'm not 3, I'm like under the average. That's a great point, yeah.
Yeah, language is definitely it's very supportive for Malaysian people because like you can talk to a lot of people in the ecosystem. I also see that Malaysian people are very talented. So some of the biggest talents in the ecosystem, like some of the big protocols, CoinGecko, Etherscan, Pendle, Jupiter, and some other projects, all of them are Malaysian. And I think that's a good opportunity for us because people are noticing that Malaysian people are very good and very talented people. And then when you have more people in the ecosystem, more people are also supporting communities. That's how it's going. And definitely that means that there are more opportunities for communities and people in Malaysia to scale and be at the forefront of this industry.
I love it. Great point.
Yeah, so other than the multiculturalism and multi-language they have mentioned, I would like to mention the geographical advantage in Malaysia. So yeah, you people might know that Singapore is one of the Web3 hub in the world, and somebody like jokingly say Malaysia is Singapore North. So which means, yeah, we got a few advantage compared to Singapore. Like the cost here is cheaper than Singapore. So a lot of Singapore-based Web3 company, they have their office in their Singapore, but their base of operation is in Malaysia because it is much cheaper. And also regarding to the multi-language they have mentioned, I think there is also one very important point, which is somebody might able to notice that there is quite a huge gap between culture from the Web3 of the Western people and Web3 of the Eastern people, like especially in China. So Malaysia can be a really good bridge for this gap of culture between Europe and Asia. Yeah.
Excellent. I want to sneak if you've got an answer in quickly because we're getting down.
Three of them already answered what I want to say.
I know, right?
But I mean, Malaysia itself, from geographical standpoint, that makes sense. Cost labor makes sense. Multilingual makes sense. But maybe I'll try to pull back to the talent pool and to the student communities. I think that students themselves are free to actually explore more, where they actually have the free time to do so via joining hackathons and all. I think that is where basically they could actually start from there on and then actually progress furthermore. And then maybe try to also go for like Web3 internships and more.
Fantastic. So we are coming up to the end of our time, but we have enough. I'm gonna put my foot down. What I want to do is just before we finish up, I want to invite each of you guys to talk about where to find you, how somebody could join your community or get involved, because obviously we have students here, but we have people watching from all over the world. I'm still young at heart and would like to join some communities. So just quickly a shout out to where they can either find your presence online, how they can get involved with you, and sort of what's coming up, just to wrap it up so they know what's going on.
Yeah, you can go for our website, ch90.xyz. Yeah.
Perfect.
So for our club, you can follow our socials in Instagram and Twitter. It's both at APUBCC, and our website is called apubcc.org.
Excellent.
Okay, you can find us on Instagram. It's called Monash Blockchain, or you can also visit our website, monashblockchain.com.
Excellent.
You can find our club at Instagram and LinkedIn as well at Taylor's Blockchain Club. Yeah.
Excellent. So a big round of applause for everybody up here. Get involved. Find them later on. And we would love to see all of you guys bring your communities on chain to Hive as well, so we can get you reaching even a little further outward socially. Excellent. The man is here.
Thank you. Thank you, Krim. Thanks a lot. And by the way, tonight you guys have an event, right, Mario?
Yes, we're having an event in Monash University. So if you guys are interested, like you can find the link on Luma. It's featured on Kuala Lumpur, so you can find the event coming up in Monash.
Yeah, good luck. I try to hop by as well. I might be a bit tired though, but good luck there, yeah? Thanks a lot, guys. Thank you so much. Oh, photo. very nice. All right, guys, are you hungry? I'm gonna ask a little bit longer from you. We've got one more presentation lined up. This is Righty. He just came in, all sweaty, and then I said, don't worry, because we're running late anyhow, so you still have time to freshen up, and that's exactly what he did. You know, Abo is up there, and he's gonna switch over to Righty's screen, and I have the holy clicker here, and it's still working. That's super awesome. Oh, maybe I can do his presentation. No? No, I'm not. Please, Righty, come up the stage, introduce yourself, and let me give you the clicker. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Roland. Thank you. Hey guys, good morning and selamat pagi. So yeah, I'm sorry. Like, I hope you guys are doing well. I have my notes here. It's been like a hectic week, so just in case I forgot something, I have something that, you know, as a backup. And also, it's my first time, so just bear with me. And yeah, just a bit of introduction about myself. I used to be a lead design for Stable for the past 3 years. And it was also my first time working in the Web3 ecosystem. And today I'll be sharing my experience working as a one-person team, design team specifically. And I hope we will learn something together. So yeah, without further ado, all things design done by one. Let me get the clicker. All right, the reality of being a one-person team. So who can relate to this? Any? So I think this is like normal, right? When you guys are in the startup environment, you know, they'll give you like a title of design lead, but actually there's only one of you, you know? And yeah, this was me for the past 3 years, and I enjoy it. And then this is something that I agree on, and it's something that I wanna learn. And yeah, the reality, you know, you're not just a designer. You're basically a strategist, writer, developer. You're a motion artist all at once. And I also had a chance to become an event planner for the team. And it's both empowering and exhausting. And every decision, visual, verbal, technical, runs through you before to the upper leadership team. And you know what you're doing is not like a design department. Actually, you're designing an ecosystem of one for the company. And again, like, you know, you're wearing multiple hats, from logo, motion, you know, copywriting, and then all of a sudden you have to jump into video editing. So it's like everywhere. But it's a challenge that I found interesting, and I enjoy it for the past 3 years. And of course, you have to time manage, prioritize what matters most, and also, like, you know, you want to have like creative flow, and sometimes, like, you know, but you have to be careful, like, you become tunnel vision when you're doing it all alone. And of course, you have to build discipline and process when working alone. And of course, the emotional side is like sometimes you get burnout or self-doubt. You don't know which design it's good to show to your leadership team. And some of the things that I'll be discussing on how, you know, you can get through it even though you're just a one-man design team is, of course, building process and discipline. You know, process is your silent teammates. Documentation is your savior. Basically, having a good documentation is the key for everything, especially if you're a one-person team. And having a solid system you use to manage everything, it's also something that will come in handy from time to time. And of course, because you're a one-person team, you want to figure out a way on how you can avoid burnout and maintain creative rhythm as well. Next thing is creativity and collaboration. So this is something that I learned because before this, I was working in like 20-person team, and it was a lot of ideas that I can pick from everyone in the team. But for the past 3 years, when I joined the startup, and there's like only 9 of us, I have to kind of like figure out which one that I can work with and then get the creative idea. So team collaboration, invest the time getting to know each of your team member, and you're like different in different time zone, but I think, you know, having that time to kind of like getting to know each other will pay a lot in the future. And also experiment with fluid async style and using AI tool like ChatGPT and empathy in design. You know, we're designing for people, not pixel. And you have to be adaptable, you know, you have to get used to like changing or working on different things in one day, you know. And of course, with a bit of humility, your team member or your coworker will work easily with you. And this is another thing I want to kind of like share with you guys, design as a storytelling. So this just a bit of like gist of the past of my work for the past 3 years. I think this is just like 2% of it. And like, you know, as a one-person design team, I like to approach each design project as a storytelling. So every design is a story, and it's told through like concept, color, shape, motion, and emotion. So when I'm designing, it's like I'm trying to tell a story about like what the brand is, what they believe, and how, you know, people want to feel or achieve their goals, and many more. So for example, here you can see on the top left, like for example, I choose a darker color for the Stable Lab website. It's to bring emotion of like professional, serious, and premium. And then on the right side, I choose a lighter tone for the force terminals to bring the emotion of clarity and transparency. So again, like in design, people don't remember future. They remember how something made them feel, you know. It's the emotion. Like for example, you know, like I'm wearing New Balance here. The emotion I have is more like casual streetwear. It's relatable to me on top of the stage. So imagine if I wear like Nike sport shoes, I might not relate here, you know? It's a different emotion. So when you work alone, storytelling becomes like a language, like your language of collaboration. It helps to explain design decision of your team, align vision, and make sure your every touch point speaks the same story. And also some tips for like CEO or founder with one designer, you know? Because I had the chance to work really close with the CEO. He was very kind, and then like he listened to me, and then he you know, he's easy to work with, but he's also had his own vision. And for me as a designer, my responsibility is kind of like figure out how can I blend that together, right? So, you know, treat design as a strategy, not a decoration. Make sure you talk to your designer often. And also from a designer perspective, make sure you ask your leadership team a lot of questions. Like make sure you talk to them daily. And then give context, just not tasks, because the more context you give, the better your design team will be, you know? And of course, protect their focus if you can. I know there'll be like 10 million things that you want to do, you want them to do, or you want that designer to do, but if they can have like a good focus, it'll have like a better outcome. And encourage ownership, not approval. So basically when they own the project, when they own the task, they will feel more appreciated, they feel like they're listened to, and they'll create like a better design. And invest in tools and feedback. Make sure you're not, you know, make sure your designer have not the free Figma account, but the paid one, you know. And then remember, one designer, one voice for your entire brand. So yeah, this is my last slide. And no, sorry, this is the last 2 slides. So why done by one matters? It's, you know, it's okay to not know all the answer, but make sure to look for it, you know, as a one design team. And experiment, you know, experiment and fail productively. The more experiment you do, the better the outcome will become. Like for example, like throughout my entire career together with them for the past 3 years, I think we changed from Slack to Threads and come back to Slack. And then we figure out which one is the best way to communicate. And that's just one example. And then, you know, another example is kind of like experiment what tools out there to you know, to make your feedback or your work productivity become better. And then creativity scales when you stay curious, you know, just ask a lot of like why and how when you're doing design. It helped, you know. And then process bit perfection. So make sure you have like a solid process on when you're doing your task as a designer. And you know, you can always improve on the process itself. And document your process, because process save you when inspiration doesn't. So documentation is very important, guys. Like, don't skip on that. And another thing, last thing, documentation is king. It's true. For the past 3 years, I've been doing a lot of like documentation. I know as a designer, we don't like to type. Instead, we just like to sketch and draw. But writing kind of help, you know, especially nowadays when like technology of AI, when you document, it help you kind of like, you know, practice writing as well. So just a quote for CEO, for a one-person design team. You don't need a big team to build big ideas. You just need the courage to start. And for CEO, you know, start small, think big, and stay calm. And yeah, thank you guys. I know it's lunchtime after this. I'm Righty Cham, and this was my short story of designing all things done by one. By the way, I'm currently exploring new design opportunities. If any of you guys are working on exciting products or brand and need a designer, feel free to reach out after this session. I love to connect. Sorry if I read a lot, but yeah, it was my first time, and nice seeing you all. Thank you for your time. Thank you, HiveFest and ChainCulture. Have a good weekend and enjoy your lunch, guys. Bye.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen. So there was something lost in translation, a rather important thing. This event was not supposed to happen in the Glasshouse, but we are here now anyhow. No, that's not the thing. Actually, lunch will only be served in 30 minutes. So therefore, we continue the program, and I would love to invite you all to come back, because I know you guys are avid card game collectors, right? We don't just play Splinterlands, we also collect them cards. Who has still some of those Mount Gox original cards? Who has them Mount Goggies? Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the theater session, theater room, to join in for Ernest Chan talking about RWA collectibles. Please, can you join me in the So, okay, change of plans. I'm a perfectionist. I don't like what happened, and I should never complain about bad stuff because you should just wing along. But I did not communicate the live schedule, which of course has, now we're eating all these kind of delicious foods, and the schedule which was in some old invoice I received 5 months ago. Therefore, lunch will be served in 25 minutes from now, and it will be a good lunch. I saw that. I already had lunch. No, joking. No, so 25 minutes, and I asked one of the presenters to be so kind. He was already here. I've already talked a little bit with him. It's about collectibles, RWA, and he's actually still looking for a great chain on which he can host his project. So he was already upstairs in the workshop space, 3rd floor, listening to some of the Hive core developers. So you don't know. Maybe he's even going to be launching his project on the Hive blockchain. One can dream, right? So without further ado, I want to invite up the stage. Maybe, maybe not. I take a picture of you, yes? Okay, guys. All right, wait up. Ernest Chan from Collectopia. Please join me on the stage. And maybe an extra round of applause. Oh, that's really cool. Let's check in what's in the magic box. Maybe an extra round of applause because Ernest is saving my... Cheers. So what's in the box?
Secret.
Okay.
Yeah, I will show later.
Okay, cool. I'm going to take on.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I know everyone is hungry, waiting for the lunch. So yeah, maybe I just come up to share a little bit for my ideas. So you can see the topic is from shelf to chain, building a utopia for collectors. So I think this concept is a little bit complicated. So I would just tell a story that's easier for you guys for prepare for lunch. So I don't want to go too deep and too complicated. So I just want to share a story for myself because this is why we have idea and where it's come from. Okay, so I just want to have a first question. Anyone is growing up in the 1990s? Anyone? Yeah? Okay, yeah, I see a couple of hands. So yeah, that's good. That's the best era, right? Best era ever, okay? Maybe some Gen Z are not agree, but we all know, okay? So let's jump into it. So how does it work? Okay. So first, do you remember your first collectibles? We all collect stuff, right? You all collect stuff, someone, jewelry, whatever. Do you remember, still remember, what is your first collectibles? Anyone? Games. Okay. Okay. By the way, stay till the end. I have gift for you guys, so don't go. I have some gift for you guys after the talk, and everyone answer my question. We'll have more. Okay. So I just want to share for me myself. In my childhood, there's major two things. One is the Japanese comic and anime. Any anime lovers here? Okay. Good. Okay. And everyone put on his hand has a gift. Okay. Second is NBA. Okay. I'm a big basketball fan. So most of the time, I collecting stuff on these two things. So, but one is the most memorable is this. Anyone know this? Anyone know this? Okay. If you notice this, you are really grew up in the 1990s. You are not faking. Okay. So this is the Dragon Ball Goddess. Anyone have been touching this machine? No. Okay, you're too young. No? America don't have. Oh, that's bad. That's sad for you guys. Okay. Okay, so this is one of the most memorable in my childhood. Okay, so I remember like around like 10 years old, something like that, when we get I take the school bus going back to my home. When I get down, we cross some mall and all that, and I found this thing. Okay, and all the kids is like spinning around. They're like, hey, what is that? Okay, but we don't know what is it, but we are so excited because we are all Dragon Ball fans. So, and then after a long discussion, then we prefer to give it a go. Because at that moment, it's just $1, a Hong Kong dollar. So it's about like 10 cents maybe, USD. So we prefer to give it a go. So just put the coin in the machine and twist the thing, and the cards come out. Okay? But of course, it didn't come out like all this shiny stuff. It's just a basic card. But I remember that feelings, that excitement, you know, the expectations and all that. So after that, it became a ritual. Every time after school, we go to the store and try to get a few cards, and we with the classmates and all that. So, and then after all the classmates have different cards, right? So we all bring the cards back to the school, and we will all hide in the toilet during recess, and we are showing off the cards and try to do the exchange, and we are even like negotiating some deals. Hey, this one is not so good. Maybe you sell me for $10 and all that. So I think this is the collecting. It starts. It's just start from $1, and and the community and kind of like negotiate is quite fun. And this is like doing business. So maybe it planted it for me to be an entrepreneur, maybe. So, but why collectible matters is because time to time after the hype is everywhere. So maybe in the States there's more like sports card, and in Asia more anime card. But here and there, it became a little bit different now. So I bring you something to show. Okay, so now the card is like this. It does not look like the card. Okay, do you anyone collect cards here? No, no one. Okay, so yeah, so you can see the cards from the last picture evolved to like this. So it is so much different because even the grading company, I don't know if you guys know, the grading company jumped into the card markets, makes the card go up really high, and also during the pandemic, it even break all the historic records. So now the card became an investment and an alternative asset class. So I show you some more crazy stuff. It's not in the box. I hope it is. Okay, like this. So you can see how crazy is this. Top 3 most valuable cards deals are all happens after the pandemic. So the first one is the baseball card, Mickey Mantle, for 12.6 million. In the middle is the Pikachu. This is Logan Paul, the YouTuber, got it for over 5 million, and LeBron James, another rookie card, over 5 million. So I just want to show that evolve is change from a $1 card at the store to over 10 million USD. So it's changed. But the problem is the market value has changed, but the infrastructure of the market, of the car market is definitely not applied. So there's a lot of problems that the car traders are facing. So that's why we came here. So basically, we have been trading cars for over 30 years. So there's a lot of problems. First is the storage and manage. Imagine you have 1,000 of cars like that. The storage is headache, the management is headache, and the liquidity and trading is hard. So imagine we are holding this card, right, on my hand. But let's say someone in the States or someone in Europe, it's hard to trade, right? Because it's tangible goods. And the last thing, and we face a lot, is the scam. So So let's say we have a deal with this lady, maybe, let's say you stay in Europe, okay? Sometimes I got scammed, all right? You know what I mean? I send a fake card to you, or maybe I send a real card to you, then you claim it's a fake card and get a refund from eBay. So if everyone have been using all those platforms like eBay, whatever, StockX, everything, we have got scammed. Even I got scammed twice, and I report to the police, but still useless. Okay, so then I was thinking, like, what can we do about it? Even I have been open a biggest car store in Hong Kong last year. We tried to solve that problem, but still it's hard. It's really hard. We just can trading like the Stone Age, like face to face. This is the only thing. I have a store that helps the collectors bring the cards to me. Let's say this one, put it in my store, and someone come to my store and buy it. That's all. It doesn't really help. If you live in France, if you live in New York and all that, it doesn't really help. So here comes the Collectopia solutions. So after all these years, the experience and all that, I found it's totally nonsense. It's 2025. Why we are still trading like in the 90s? Come on. I grow from a 10 years old to 40 years old. Come on, man. Let's do something. But still, in Asia, I don't see any solution up there. So I would say, why don't we build one? So our idea is focusing on the RWA NFTs. I guess you guys have some ideas on that. It's about the real world asset. So the idea is you send the cards to us and we vote the cards in a security storage. Then we mint the NFTs. So every NFT have a card backup. Okay? So which means, let's say this little Google card, right? We send to the vote, put it in a vote. Then I clone exactly the same NFTs. So, which means you can just easily trade the ownership through blockchain. So it saves a lot of time and is 100% secure, and and you don't have to, scare of the time when you pay. When you pay in eBay, you have to like hoping, praying every day to God, my package will be fine and all that. So this is what we're trying to do. And of course, much more lower cost. If you guys have been using all the overseas platforms, the cost and the tax is crazy. Sometimes the cost is even higher than the cards. So yeah, it's useless. So this is the second part. We call the digital vote. So the idea I just mentioned, we do the voting and do the NFT stuff, which means we need to have a really good security storage. So that couldn't be done by us because we are just a new company and all that. No one is going to trust us. So we do a partnership with a world-class security storage. The name I will reveal later because we are still working on the contract and all that. Possibly we'll get it done by this month. So stay tuned. You will see. When you see the name, you will know it's safe. Okay? It's just like putting money in Morgan Stanley or HSBC. You are not scaring. So we have to work on this partner. So it's 100% secure with insurance cover. So it is much better than you put the cards under your bed or in your wardrobe. Okay? Remember California wildfire, right? People from the state. A lot of collectibles got burned and it's not coming back because the collectibles, right? Those kind are from the 90s. It gone. Okay, so it's much better to put in a safe than your house. So, and maybe some of you, I don't know, some from the States, from Japan or wherever, you will ask, there's already some platform is doing that, like the PSA Vault, eBay, and Courtyard.io and all. Some of the platform is doing that, so why should we build another one, Collectopia? So the major thing is we are focusing in Asia. So the vaults we are building will be in Singapore, which is a tax-free zone in Singapore. So every Asia collectors send the cars to our works, which is a cheaper delivery fee and is tax-free. So some of my partners have been using the US platform for years. You don't even know how much you spend on just the delivery and the tax and all the headache. So it's highly cut down the cost and the turnaround time. So basically, when you send to the States, you have to wait like 1 to 2 months at least. But if us, maybe just a few days, it's done. So faster delivery, lower cost, and also the language and culture. So in Asia, because of the barrier is so high to use the US platform, so I think if in Asia have their own platform, the hype will even more higher. The users is easier to use and with a lower fees, and it's easier to communicate with us. Even okay, I'm from Hong Kong. I speak Chinese. I speak English. Maybe some of them speak Malay. It's easy. So yeah. So this is why we are building that, and this is our positioning. Okay. And the last is Collectopia is not just a concept now. We just launched our website. So you can go to the website and check us out. It's collectopia.io, or maybe scan, okay, I stand here. Or maybe scan the QR code to check our website so you can, the alpha version is already there. It's not perfect, to be honest, but you can already vote the card, you can register as a user and all that. So feel free to keep in touch. And also, I want to invite every one of you to join our platform and also follow our social media and all that, because even if you are not a card collectors, okay, I'm also inviting you because it is fun and I building a platform. I want to hear more feedbacks. If you have any ideas or maybe you have some potential partnership, whatever it is, feel free to talk to me. Here's my number, my email. So yeah, so almost that. And the last thing is I got some free gift for you guys. So if you haven't tried to draw a card before, I want you to experience once. Okay, here, can you bring? Here's some card here. Okay, everyone could have a like a drawing card. Of course, I don't have the machine here, but the same feeling. Okay, try to pick one. Okay, the one who have answered me, that raise your hand, you can do twice. Okay, and if you follow me, follow the social media and register on the website, you can get free times. Okay, so feel free to come up and just pick your card and see your luck. Maybe some good thing is up there. Okay, not this one. Okay, let me save this one. Okay, not this one. Okay, so yeah. My pitch is like this, so I hope you guys enjoy having a good lunch. I hope the delivery is coming soon, so everyone is hungry. So, yeah, so just feel free to come up. Yeah. If everyone want to try your luck. Try your luck, man. Yeah, just randomly pick one. This is like. This is why we're doing that. No. People. Yeah, just try your luck. Some big fish there. Maybe some big fish is there. Yeah. Roland, you want to try your luck? You really want to try your luck? Yo, come on, try your luck. Hey, come on, guys. You guys know you will do something for me, right? Everyone picked it. I trust you guys, huh? Follow our Twitter and also try to sign up as users, okay? Yo, you like it? You like it? So you know what to do, right? Follow us. Okay. Follow us and register as a member, okay? Good? Fair deal, right? Okay. We do honesty. I trust you guys. I'm not checking, okay? But everyone, you took a card, follow us, and register as a member, okay? I got your words, okay? I trust you guys. Can I trust you, Roland? All right. So yeah, so these are you guys, so I trust you. Okay? Then I will go back and count the cards. If I have not enough follows, I will find you, Roland. Yo. Yeah. Possibly could save your ticket back to your country. Yeah, so, hey, not just focusing on the card, man. Hey, can you go back? Can you stay on the... Anyone help me to stay on the screen? Okay, thank you. Yeah, stay a little bit longer, okay? Hey, brothers, I don't see much people scanning the code, man. Be honest, man. Jesus is looking, okay? Come on. Yeah, you rather scan the code, register as a member, or follow us on X, okay? I trust you guys. Don't disappoint me. Yo. Give it a go, man. Wow. One piece. Okay, good. Hey, lucky draw is not looking, okay? This lucky draw. You have to taste it. Like what we've been gone through. Are you in hurry, Roland? The lunch is not yet there. Okay, yeah. So take your time. Yeah. Take some more reels. Take some more reels. I'm not telling you. Come on, guys, we can do this. I'm not telling you. Just like when we on the machine. Can we stay on the page, brother? Can we stay?
Vincent said that they didn't get it.
Thanks, brother. Thank you. Yo, try your luck. Try your luck. It's free. But a register. You owe me a register, okay? Come on, man. Hey, did you register? Did you do the registration, brother? No swapping. No swapping. You can't. Just like when we put $1 in the machine, it is what it is. Okay? That's it? Okay, thank you everyone. Hope you guys enjoy. Stay tuned and see you in Collectopia. Hey, thank you, brother. Good? Yeah, good.
Testing, testing. 1, 2. Testing, testing. Oh.
Come, we go. Come, we go on the stage, yeah. Oh, Durian boy, how are you? Oh man, you're smelly. Oh. Oh. Who let you in? No, Bobby. No. Huh? What? Oh, you smell nice. Ah, Malaysian durian smells good. Okay. Well, glad you're here, Durian. I was already afraid you wouldn't make it, but here you are. Was Delasia, Erasia? Of course.
I was waiting for the durian to fall down.
No.
I was waiting the durian to fall down.
No.
I was waiting until this morning only fall down.
Okay, great. Well, I think everybody can take a pic with Durian Boy. Smell nice. And then I want to invite up the stage fellow community member from the Hive blockchain, project lead for world mapping. They're over there, meet some of his colleagues, and also organizer of tomorrow's Beer Saturday event, which is the longest running community on the Hive blockchain. Detlef, he'll be the moderator of the Real World Assets panel. And we have on the panel Dunstan, please, welcome. Hey Dunny, we haven't met. Great to be here, all the way from Singapore, as well as Bobby, all the way from Singapore. And then Ernest, you're local, right? You just saw Ernest. Oh, Ernest is from Hong Kong, so we're a very international crowd here. Okay, the floor is yours, guys. I'm gonna grab some mics. Helps.
Seat yourself. So, real world assets. It's a more or less newer topic to many people, or it's an old topic. So today we like to get some overview about the market and yeah, what's about. We saw all your nice, wait a second, I have one in my pocket. I have a real world asset with me, look. I don't have a clue how valuable this is. We work on that later on. But anyway, real-world assets are way more than this. And the next few minutes, I like to have a chat with you about your products, about the market, which is enormous, as I read and looked up on the internet. So please, each one after another, say your name and try to short explain what you're doing, and let the audience know what and why you are in real-world assets.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Bobby. I'm the co-founder and VP of Datuk Durian. So in simple terms, where we grow durian, we sell durian, and then we distribute the dividend back to the investors. We have a farm in Malaysia, Pahang. We turn durian farm into an investment opportunity that anybody can invest, right? Like when people think of durian, they either think of smelly, think of nice, don't think of delicious, but nobody had ever thought that they could become a durian farm owner.
We will go in details later on, just a short introduction.
Sure, yeah. So please go ahead. Yeah. So in detail, we turn durian farm into an investment opportunity. Yep.
Ernest.
Yeah, we doing like a trading card platform to, yeah, just quickly show in case someone is not really familiar, something like this. This is the collectible cards. We do the RWA project, so this tangible cards go into the vault. Then we mint the NFT 1-to-1. So which means this, let's say this is the vault. You sit at the vault. It's fully secure. Then we can just trade the ownership.
Okay.
Pretty straightforward. Yep.
Dustin.
Hi, I'm Dunstan.
Dunstan, sorry.
So BTCOG. So as RWA project, we hold a couple of sovereign level contracts with some royal families and governments across the African region.
So as you see, we have 3 panelists with total different approaches to real-world assets. And this, for my opinion, shows that there is a newer market upcoming, and there's many, many other things to do. So let's start with this. Dunstan, you are long-term crypto already. So how do you, why and how do you said this real-world asset market is so interesting?
Well, like in the early days, real-world assets, they had very little liquidity because everybody is looking at them as securities itself. But right now, the market has matured significantly. There's institutional players and even retail players are able to trade 24/7. But what's happening now is that people are more open and more exposed to trading exotic financial products itself. I think that's something interesting, and they get exposed to different geographical locations, investments into different geographies itself, like including commodities, money market funds, financial products, and so on.
Let's get a little bit more grip on it. We talked a little bit up front, and you said something about South Africa and investing into farmland and other things. Could you explain that project a little bit?
Okay, so on our end, right, we actually have the partnership with the royal families of the major tribes, which is the largest land bank across the South African ecosystem. Also a couple of partnerships, sovereign level partnerships with a couple of other governments in Africa. What happens is that we are able to tokenize valuable assets across the African ecosystem, like mines, agriculture, off-taker contracts, agriculture off-taker contracts. Also able to tokenize their infrastructure lands, power stations, and things that already are generating, whether or not it's rental yield, generating returns, has land investments and so on across the ecosystem.
Which brings me to the basic principles of real-world assets. Means we all are here for Web3 worlds and so on, and with a real-world asset, you have a proof of ownership, a digital proof of the ownership of a physical good. Yeah? So this is something new for many people. If I go home to Europe and tell the people that this is possible, they start to think about it, and the market will probably as well grow. So it as well is for art people some kind of certificate of authentically. So this is really a picture, I don't know, that artist made, or this is really a card which has a value. So explain a little bit more how you do this with your kind of real-world assets.
For our case, I guess it's much more straightforward than Dustin. Dustin doing is maybe a little more high level and complicated structure, I guess, right? So our idea is pretty straightforward because actually I'm not a Web3 guy. I'm not a technical person at all. I'm just a collector. So why am I sitting here is I'm trying to use the Web3 technology to solve some real-world problem. So I just mentioned that those physical cards is hard to transact. And you can't use it as an asset if you don't have a system to manage it and tokenize. We don't use tokenize. You can just like a piece of gold, right? If you don't have a system, it's hard to trade, right? But of course, let's say the gold market is already well developed for hundreds of years. And collectibles for me is just a new piece of gold. So yeah, we want to do it. We want to build an infrastructure to help the collectors to let the asset can go into some sort of system. And I found before I didn't figure out how to do it. I just dreaming of it. But in this year, some of my friends introduced like Dustin, maybe some experts, the RWA NFTs and all that. After I study a little bit, I guess is really could solve the problem we are facing. So yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
Okay, Bobby, Durian and NFT, or how does this work, what you're doing? It sounds so interesting for us as Europeans. Durian, I like Durian Boy, but Durian at all is something I have a little conflict with.
Yeah, I think durian is like the Malaysian fruit, right? Like king of fruits, right? Like the consumption in Malaysia is crazy. And traditionally, in order for someone to own a durian farm as a business, millions of dollars, right? Because like durian is very profitable. However, there's a lot of cost requiring to invest. But with RWA coming out, we can actually fractionalize the whole business, and then we can tokenize the whole business. So what does it mean? It means that anybody can be a durian farm owner, right? And why is this important, right? Actually, in the whole world, in the whole Malaysia right now, agriculture business are facing an issue. They are unable to get loans to expand their business because traditional finance do not like this kind of risk at all, right? But many of them are very profitable. In fact, I would say a lot of farmers are millionaires, like on paper for sure, right? But we know that we have to help agriculture business because food is fundamental of the whole human needs, right? So what we are doing is very simple, right? Of course, our project is one good case study. Instead of lending money from banks, we tokenize our business. We get capital from anybody in the world, right? And we make good returns for them, right? Because the durian returns are pretty high compared to a normal investment, right? So I think with RWA, this is what we are trying to do as well. Yeah.
Now, we understand there are many different businesses for real-world asset. And I really like it because since so many years in Web3 worlds, it's the next step for several things. But if we have such a nice party, the bad boys came with regulations. So how and what kind of regulations do you already see? Is this a problem, or is it just something which even gives more value to the market? Whoever wants to answer.
Well, personally, as a BTCOG, right, my own personal stance, I don't really like regulations. It's just me. But understanding, however, different industries, whether or not it's food industries, securities industries, and so on, regulations are there to stay, whether we like it or not. So to me, it's just an administrative process and it's a cost to business. And for the retail people, right, I mean, I don't understand why, but the retail people actually look upon that if there are regulations, these assets are safer investments, or they are investments that so-called governments endorse. So they kind of prefer that. And that means that it brings greater liquidity, greater exposure. The depth of the market becomes a lot deeper because it's not just institutions can come in, retail also can come in. In fact, to be honest, right, most of the liquidity doesn't really come from institutions. The bulk of the world's liquidity actually come from the retail market.
Okay. Ernest, is this more something hindering the market, or is this something where you say, okay, this generates even some more trust for the cards you are doing?
You mean the regulations thing? To me, myself, because I'm more like a traditional businessman, I think it's good because, you know, even I guess Dustin have experienced a lot of Outer Bay project is kind of it's like a scam because there's no regulations. Let's say everyone can do the tokenize your house, your car, your watch, everything. But who do the custodian part? Who really verify that you are really tokenizing your house, right? If you have no regulations, no lawyers, no auditors and all that. So for me, it's good because I'm like an old head, like the photo, okay? Yeah, I like that, but of course there's some cons as well because Web3 idea is more decentralized and more free flow and all that. So it makes the project development more complicated and all that. So and the cost, of course, the lawyers, auditor, accountant, and all that. But I guess it has to be there. But how to find the balance, I have no idea.
So it's a no and a yes in a long sentence.
I more prefer to have.
Okay.
For me.
Yeah.
But I don't know the others. Just for me.
Okay, Bobby, how is it going with your business and regulations?
Yeah, I personally, right, I might have a slightly different opinion from Dunstan, right? But I definitely believe in like decentralizations and self-custody. But based on my experience interacting with like Web2 people, it's kind of hard. Like I give an example, right? I share with my father about Ethereum, Bitcoin, about wallet. They don't really understand at all. All they are asking me is that, okay, is this regulated by the government? Right? Retail often has this perspective, regulated equals safer, right? So I think this is a perspective that we cannot change to the mass public. But what we can do is to adopt them and to really like play around the rules, right? I believe that regulation is definitely going to stay or not, whether we like it, right? How do we embrace it? So which is why I think a bit different about us is that traditionally crypto you issue as an ICO, right? Initial crypto offering. But what we are doing is a securitized token offering. Why do we do that? Because we are bounded by security laws, right? It means that we are obligated to deliver what we promise, right? If not, we might go to jail, right? So I think this is what we are doing in advance. I would say that many people are not doing it, but we foresee in the future, eventually it will get there. So we are like trying to move ahead, a few steps ahead, so that when things come in, we can tell everybody that, hey, we are already doing it. Yeah.
Okay. We talked a lot about all your projects, but as we know, the world is bigger, wider, and so on. So you're in that market quite a while. I like to get some insights of crazy projects, of something where you never thought it could be tokenized. So you might all have some ideas, even if they're positive or negative, before we go to more sophisticated things afterwards. So anything you like to say, you can mention about strange projects?
Well, I guess being one of the pioneers, we were the first group, actually we were the first company on earth that tokenized wine futures. In fact, because of that, I actually had a collection of, well, it's an interesting collection of rare wines that's from like all sort of different vineyards, rare vintages and so on. And wine futures is kind of a unique thing. Not many investors know about it unless you are extremely high up in the financial echelon itself. So yeah, that was kind of one of the crazy things that I did. A bit too early of my time, but actually most of my portfolios are way too early.
This brings me to the part that with that kind of tokenizing things, believing that this is correct, some of the very special wine experts might be obsolete because I have a token and this is really the wine what the cover says. Ernest, any strange projects you know? Mustn't be your project, maybe something else.
to me, there's almost everything. So maybe tokenize those beer, beverage and all that. Some of those, I just don't get it. What is the point to do the RWA? Because, you know, as I mentioned, a lot of people is just try to build something that a little bit gimmick, a little bit more fun, and try to grab some money. I don't really buy those, because if you just creating those hypes, we all know that it come fast, go fast.
Yeah.
So not my thing. So to be honest, a lot of crypto projects like that. So, but I guess sitting here is not. So that's why we're here. Yeah.
Bobby.
Yeah, I think I've seen many projects, but I think I want to speak about broader terms, right? I think meme coin is a very interesting concept. Like, before meme came, even ICO itself, right? The project got to have some fundamentals, the project got to have some like teams members or whatever, right? But meme coins has changed the way how capital is being accumulated, right? Pop, 100 million valuation, pop, 1 billion valuation, right? I think this has shown to people that attention is very important in the space. How do you get attention? How do you get community? It had never happened before, right? The closest was MLM, but even MLM system, you take time to build, right? But meme coin has shows that, you know, you can actually create a wonderful business or wonderful attention game in just a short span of time. Yeah.
Okay.
So Durian Man can do it. Durian Man.
Durian Point meme token?
Yeah. Do a meme coin.
Maybe.
These crazy ideas bring me back to the real world problems you have with real world assets. So as you all did something, what was your biggest challenge to bring that asset to life?
Well, I think the biggest problem why in the initial early days of like securitizing, of doing RWA in the early days, there wasn't liquidity at all because it was securities, the regulations were not there, they were not matured enough, and people didn't understand. So there was very little liquidity, there was very little people investing in those early RWA assets. But as time goes by, like even now institutions are in, like we have the largest asset managers on earth, like from like some of the major geographical locations coming in, and they themselves are looking to tokenize stuff. But I think everybody is taking a very, how do you say, like they're just dipping their toes in. They're trying, right now they are only trying to tokenize more liquid assets like money market funds. I believe that credit, microcredit, credit lines, bridging loans and so on would be the next wave. Whether or not it's for investors, like even retail investors like us, for businesses itself, because at the end of the day, everybody wants some level of capital and wants some level of support, right? Whether or not it's their products, like, you know, one people buy sports cards, one people buy durian, invest in durian farms, or like agriculture, the agriculture cycle, like people might not understand, like say for example, I have pig farms across Philippines, and I would also want people to be able to come in, invest in those pig farms together with me, and then, you know, like provide bridging loans to the farmers itself so that, because what's happening around the world is that access to capital is extremely difficult because of banking. They call it rules, they call it regulations, they call it AML, they can call it anything they want. But to me, it's a banking soft embargo on industries and geographical locations, especially like places like Africa. A lot of foreign investments are not allowed to go in, large amount, because the banks stop the funds, saying that, you know, it's money laundering, the regime is corrupt and so on.
But what you say is what we see in Europe as well. Regulation hit banks heavily, and they make them way more carefully to give money. Did you say that real-world asset and the market behind this could help farmers and others who won't get funds from the bank as they get way more easy funds to do their business from Web3 projects?
Yeah, like say for example, in Bobby's case, right? Right now we can have like any of the people right now here can provide some funds to him because he has already tokenized, has already RWA his durian farms itself, the business itself. So they could invest in it without going through farms, without going through banks or financial institutions. I think that's the main important thing, the access to capital without being affected by banks, financial institutions, and honestly, even the regulators itself. Because right now, right, if I want to invest in Africa, I want to invest in some tokenized US business, I can just send them stable coins, I can send them BTC and so on. I recommend sending stables and not BTC. Yeah, so, but then I become an investor in a region where I don't even physically need to be there.
Okay.
And if anything happens, right, at least on my end, the records are there on the blockchain. I have a recourse to it. I can have a legal recourse because they can't change their part of that system.
Ernest,
Sorry?
Something to that question because...
Yeah, I guess Dustin have answered most of the questions, right? So for me, I guess one of the challenges is the stereotype. The people, let's say, to Web3, NFTs, RWA, and all these terms, they might not really understand what is behind, but it's already stereotyped as a scam or high risk or whatever. It's just like stock market. So I would say like maybe 100 years ago or maybe even more, if you talk about stocks, just normal stocks now, but in like those days is kind of like a scam or something like that. So people need time to see the reality. Does it really deliver? So all the technology, whatever white paper and all that, to me, is not that important because most of the people are not looking at it, right?
Just want their returns.
Yeah, just right? Like you apply for a credit card, you won't look at the policy, right? And when you buy insurance, you don't look at the book. What we see, why we trust the bank or the insurance company is because when I have something, the insurance pay me back. We see the result, then we trust. Most of the people is like that. You can't like give him a law paper or whatever to gain the trust. So I guess this is the key. To build the trust is the key. Nothing else is more than that to me. Yeah.
Again, you say, and I like to say it with my words, in former times we trust the banks. Now we trust that kind of project even more.
You asking me? No, I just mentioned it depends on the result.
No.
Does it deliver? Let's say my cards, does it really deliver? If they buy the cards, if they claim it, am I going to deliver the card?
Yeah.
And also there's like Durian and all that. When they have the profit, are they really going to share the profit to the investor? Until that day, it's hard to prove.
Yeah.
So what I just mentioned is to build that trust is hard because a lot of them is already stereotyped, and that's why we have to strive to go through the benchmark.
Okay, yeah. Bobby, biggest challenges.
I totally agree with the trust. I think projects should adopt the don't even trust yourself system, right? Like humans can always change. Whatever we say now, whatever we do, it can be affected by emotion, market crashes or whatever, right? But we need to create a system that no matter what happened, people can, the product is still there, right? So example, like you say, you put in the vault, right? Like for us, we put our land in a trust company, neutral trust company in Hong Kong, fully licensed, right? So that the land can forever remains, right? And like for example, projects, they should put their funds in multi-sig, right? It shouldn't be bound by one individual, right? Because one individual can make a mistake. But if it's like multi-people who hold the account, of course, it reduces the risk. So I think all companies should really adopt the practice of how can we create a system where no humans, reduce the humans' involvement so that things can go without them. Yeah.
Okay. I need some feedback from the regie because my clock says we should stop and I'm out of control of this. Roland, where are you? Anyway, let us come to a conclusion session. So each of you might come with your conclusion on the development of real-world asset for the next, let's say, 2-5 years. Bobby, you like to start?
Sorry?
A conclusion of real-world asset for the next 2-5 years.
Oh, I'm not a prophet. I can't make a prediction.
No,
but
use your bowl out of use your bowl out of glass.
Yeah.
Look into it, and
I sincerely believe that it will eventually touch the retail, because I think at this current stage, right, like it's very hard to convince a retail just to buy Ethereum and Bitcoin, because if they don't understand, mean they don't understand. But I think RWA is a very natural progression between TradFi and DeFi, right? And at least in RWA, the whole token are backed by real assets, or some better case like us, we are backed by real profits, right? So you know that the things are there. You can verify it. You know that that money won't go missing, right? So I believe that in the next 2 to 5 years, the important thing is who can target the retail. How can you create a product that retail understand and buy into the process? And that's what the RWA is going to be like.
Ernest.
Yeah, totally agree what Bobby said. As I mentioned, the key is the result. So if the coming years, see the project, does they deliver what they promise? If more projects deliver properly, the market will go up, definitely. So some people are just like we're sitting there and we just observe. See, is it real? Is it really happening? Like before, we didn't even trust Elon Musk, Tesla. Does it work? All that. Most of the general public is like that. They sit there and see. So if you ask me, just like Bobby said, we don't know. But it depends on the outcome. If most of the RWA projects are success, it's good. So which means the trust is gained. You can't just one project. Let's say I really do it properly, but let's say not you are, some of them are not. That really affect us. So I wish all of us success. If all of us success, means I'm more easily to success. Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah. So I'm not really a humble guy, so I'm just going to make a couple of predictions. Yeah, so I actually believe that the next wave of wealth is the next change, I should say geopolitical change, right? Most probably the next places where it will start prospering would be India and the African continent itself, which is why we are focusing very strongly on the African continent. Like Middle East is there, but like the Middle Eastern side has already prospered on their end. So we believe that it's more of the developing parts of the world that's going to start growing up in wealth. So regardless of whether or not we are going into like things like World War III and so on, it doesn't really matter, because the next financial cycle is going to be important, and planting ourselves before these places prosper, whether or not has investors, has partners, has liquidity providers and so on in these ecosystems, right, would be beneficial to us. Like say, for example, like from 2009 to 2012, I was already telling my friends, you know, come and mine BTC with me. But nobody knew what Bitcoin was. And my gamer friends were all like, we just play games together. We don't want to talk about a scam or an MLM. Then you know what happens. A couple of years later, suddenly, when Bitcoin hit 100,000, everybody started coming over. I'm not interested in Bitcoin. Can we talk about it? So right now, I'm talking about RWA assets and telling them, you know, Africa will be the next new thing. It's up to you to figure out whether you wanna join the fund or you wanna just sit there and wait.
For my understanding, as somebody who is not as deep in real-world assets, but I already have a few. I have this very special ape gin. Accidentally, it showed up, and some other things. I really like that market. And as you talked so much about trust all the time, this brings me that real world assets is a trust layer of things you do, you use, you might even sell. Because whenever I sell a picture and I painted it, it will look ugly but might be art. It's different as a well-known artist, but with this trust certificate on it, it's a value. Yeah? And this is what you described quite nice for me as a new way to have value. We didn't talk about second markets and all these other things, so there are probably way more stuff around, but nevertheless, thank you for your time, thank you for your input. I don't know what happened with the time. It gave me, oh, we have 6 more minutes. Nice. No, but I think we did a wrap up already. Thank you for your time. Thank you for that impact. And for you, maybe we use a little bit time for having a question to the audience. You need a microphone. You need a microphone.
What is the protection in the tokenization of real-world assets against dilution? What protects from just re-tokenizing over and over again, you know, to raise more funds and to therefore diluting the value of the tokens that the original purchasers of the tokens had?
The protection against dilution.
Yes.
Yep. So what is a protection against dilution of the token, the asset, and so on?
So depending on your RWA asset itself, let's say, for example, if it's like a tokenized REIT, acts exactly like a REIT. It's just that because it's on the blockchain layer, right, you know exactly when it's going to be traded. Like if a trade actually happens, it's supposed to be public if it's on the public ledger. So you can see it in real time. So that adds a layer of trust. I will not call it trust. I call it trustless. It's a trustless layer because it's all run by tech and human intervention is not needed in that sense. So that brings a level of transparency in a sense. Whether or not transparency brings protection, however, you know, it is still based on corporate structure, whether or not, you know, you have the ability to claw back, whether you can sue the company if anything happens, whether or not there are other financial institutions. But the biggest thing that's happening right now is that many tokenized RWA assets, you might need to be a bit more wary because they are often distributed by third parties. So you might not know where you are able to, how do you say, where you are able to draw the governance structure from. And that's where it's a bit dangerous on that end. So at the end, right, it's still you and the platform that you are interacting with that you need to be a bit more wary about.
Okay, thank you very much. I just saw that we are over time and don't have any, it was confusing here. Again, thank you for your time, thank you for your talk, and hope you learned something.
Thank you.
Can we take a photo? Yeah.
Yes, group photo. Very nice. Thank you, guys. Now go tokenize some assets. Thanks a lot, Detlef, also for moderating and learning. I will see you in a bit, yeah? All right. So we immediately continue the program with... So I think back in May, I was researching where to organize our big conference for this year, HiveFest. The idea with HiveFest that always it happens in another city, another continent, another country. Because basically, so what happens is basically I announce, listen up guys, this year we are going to Kuala Lumpur. Last year we went to Split. The year before we went to Mexico. It's basically a cheap way for me to see the whole world, right? So one of the first things I did was connecting with our own community. And then I was talking with Soren, one of our fellow Hive members, and he said, oh, I should introduce you with my colleague, Adel, from Offchain. And we've been having some chats back and forth. So this guy is the one who is one of the first I reached out to organize all this. I want to invite on the stage Adel, who is chatting with Quinton. Adel, you're on. And Soren, who is just chatting with Dato Durian Bobby. Bobby from Dato Durian, what are you doing? You're hosting my speaker. Bobby, you have a flight to catch with the Lasia Erasia. Hey guys. Thank you, Vincent. So we've got the whole presentation.
I can speak a little bit. I'll just give a quick intro.
Okay, there you go. Okay, guys. Thanks. Adele and Soren from Offchain Global and Offchain Luxembourg.
Okay. Hello. Hey everyone. Adele, as mentioned, thank you again for the introduction, Roland and everyone here. I'm going to be very brief. Wow, applause. Thanks, Jason. I'm going to be quite brief because I really want Soren to introduce what they're doing in Luxembourg. There's a lot of exciting stuff. And of course, everyone in Malaysia already knows what we're doing in Malaysia, so you don't need to get bored by me. So just quick introduction. Offchain, we started in 2017. We used to be called Crypto Drinks, but then as we grew, we kind of realized not everyone drinks and not everyone likes crypto. So we kind of changed the name. We became Offchain. We're the community where we bring people offline. We bring them off the blockchain, I guess. That's where the name comes from. And we're trying to bring people on a human level. We're already in about 70 different cities around the world. And when I say 70, I mean regular events. And for us, a regular event is at least once a month. So you come in, you make some friends. Some events are, 5 people. Some events are 50 people. So it really depends where you are and kind of the mood of that city. In KL, we meet generally every 3 weeks or so. Unfortunately, I didn't organize a side event this week. But, you've got some reason to come back next time. Yeah, really, thank you for having us. I'll hand over to Soren to explain a little bit about Offchain Luxembourg.
Thank you, Adam. Yeah, it's okay. It works. Thank you. So yeah, well, welcome to ChainCulture, and thank you for having me here. So I'll start with something that I realized quite soon is that blockchain people are very tribal. They get attached for whatever reasons to one blockchain, and then they think that is the best blockchain, and everything revolves about the token of that blockchain and whatever you can do with that blockchain. And how I came to Offchain Luxembourg is, well, to found Offchain Luxembourg is that I was studying, doing a master's in European law, and I wrote a dissertation about the MiCA regulation, which is markets in crypto assets. Is the European regulation that creates a legal framework for blockchain and cryptocurrency. And I wrote my thesis, and then I said, okay, I learned all these things. Now, what do I do with it? Could I put it in practice? And I said, I love to explain, to teach people, and I said I want to organize something and tell people about what I learned about MiCA and explain the MiCA regulation and how it can be used by different people in different walks of life or business domains or whatever. And then I found the local chapter of Off-Chain Luxembourg. There was a little bit drifting because the original founder had left the country. And I said, oh, let's do something. Let's organize an event where I would be presenting my thesis, and I would be summarizing and giving people the gist of the MiCA regulation and taking their questions so that they learn about the law and what it means for different activities, for startups, for people in the financial sector, for professionals like in the consulting companies or in law firms and so on and so forth. And I found, very helpful assistance from Off-Chain Global. So I realized relatively quickly the power of having a brand like Off-Chain and how it takes the, let's say, the toxicity of the tribalism in blockchain culture, and it federates people, it brings people together. In the previous situations where we had other, let's say, we try to bring people together, it's often turned into a, how would you call that without being vulgar, but a pissing contest. My blockchain is better than yours. My token is going to go higher than yours, right? And Off-Chain managed to be the kind of brand and to give the kind of public image that took the sting out of this tribalism. So yeah, it started with what we call now a formal meeting with a presentation. So as Adele said earlier, Off-Chain at the global level is organizing events that are relatively laid back, chill. You have drinks, you talk about projects, about tokens, about various topics. But from time to time, there are sponsors that want to present a topic. And so we started doing the same in Luxembourg, having both informal meetings, meetups. As he says, sometimes there are 5 people, sometimes, no, 50 in Luxembourg is very hard because the city is very small. Just to give you a sense of size, the capital city of Luxembourg is 140,000 people, 140,000. So it's like a tiny village in Malaysia. And the whole country has 670,000 people. So it's like a quarter, like a neighborhood in Kuala Lumpur, right? That's the whole country. So at maximum, we gather like the best events that we had were something like 35, 40 people, which is huge for such a small place. And from there, we said, okay, now Off-Chain at the global level is what is called an unincorporated association. So we are going to search to do more starting from that. So we came up with this idea of creating a decentralized human organization, and I'm going to explain what that means. So our first step in the journey was starting from the initial drive. Now Europe has given this legal framework, MiCA, and the blockchain world is a world that is atypical in that it doesn't need the law. It's not anti-law necessarily, it's pretty much agnostic. Whether there is a law or not, the basis of trust creation is on-chain, is in the smart contracts, it's in the code, it's in the protocol, right? So it's a separate way of creating trust and bringing people to collaborate. And so with MiCA, so we said there is a river that separates a blockchain and law, And on one shore of the river, you have Bitcoin at first. And then on the legal shore, you have the European regulations and the national regulations. This flag there, red, white, and light blue stripes is the Luxembourgish flag, for those that don't know. It's very similar to the Dutch flag. Just the shade of blue is different. And then the blockchain world has built a little bit of bridge infrastructure with new tokens, with new blockchains, with new coins. And from the side of the law shore, you got a MiGA regulation which has like extended a hand toward the blockchain world. And we said, okay, what's in the middle? How do we join the two parts of the bridges? And MiCA says that to comply, a coin must be issued by a legal entity. Whereas on the blockchain shore, cryptocurrencies facilitate free collaboration without the need for legal entities and the law, right? Law agnostic. And how do we bridge the two, right? And Off-Chain Global is an unincorporated association, but if we wanted to bridge from the world of law to the world of blockchain, we said we need a legal entity. So we incorporated, we created a legal entity. We went to the how do you call this, the legal registry where we incorporate stuff. So we got a legal personality. So we have a number. And on the blockchain shore, we have published statutes, and our articles of association, or I don't know how you call them, constitution if you wish, is published in the official centralized ledger of Luxembourg on one hand, and on the Hive blockchain on the other hand. Okay, so we have the same text published twice in two places, one of the on the blockchain and one in the legal organization. So we incorporated as what is called an ISBL, which means a non-profit, right? And we said we are going to be a decentralized human organization. What does that really mean in practice? First of all is uncoerced collaboration, meaning that nobody is forced to come into the organization or to do work on behalf of the organization. It's free, voluntary collaboration. We are tokenized and bankless, meaning we don't have a bank account. All the money that we use for the normal functioning is on the blockchain, so we use a stable coin on the blockchain. And we have our own token. And the value created within the organization is accounted for in our own token rather than in a fiat currency. So if you wish, we are kind of a new generation organization, or where instead of paying a salary in fiat money, we pay for the work that people do, uncoerced. If you want to work, you work. If you don't want to work, you don't work. There is no contract signed, no nothing. But if you do work, you are going to get paid, but not with fiat money, but with the token of the organization. And we have an innovative governance model. I have implemented a very rudimentary application that is live today, and we are exploring. Basically, we said we cannot, this is one of our mottos, so we cannot lose. We either win or we learn. So we embarked together on a journey of common experimenting and collaborative experimenting and learning. So we have this dho.offchain.lu with currently just two functionalities. One is calculating the depth ratio of our own token, because our own token needs to have a value. And in order to keep the value of that token, we do like governments. We have a debt on GDP ratio that we try to stay above, so that our token does not become worthless. And the voting part is we created a dedicated governance model. That is, you have on one side the representative democracy where you have one person, one vote. And in the blockchain world, usually you have one token, one vote. And this one token, one vote model leads to plutocracy, meaning people that are very rich in tokens, they can dictate whatever they want to the normal users, the small holders. And we are trying to create a new governance model that mixes the two by using a formula and experimenting with the formula with parameters where we try to adjust the weight of the, let's say, the persons on one hand and on the token holdings on the other hand. So this is quite exciting. And then we are organized in a way that is similar to what is called holocracy. We are organized in nodes that have autonomy at both the financial level and the decision-making level, and that, let's say, specialize. So for instance, we have a node for finance and accounting, a node for IT, a node for legal and compliance, a node for different, and people freely join according to their competence and their where they feel they fit better. And we are proudly transparent in decision making. We publish on Hive blockchain our decisions, our board meetings, and everything. And in financial management, we have wallets that can be consulted. I'm an association guy. I'm in many associations. And usually associations, when they deal with money, they have a bank account. And the problem with that is that the bank accounts have no transparency. They are opaque. And the boards usually have to keep the trust of the members of the associations because they can decide what is being done with the money, and the other members have to trust them that they spend their money in a reasonable way, and they only get a financial report once a year. By having our money on the blockchain, as the previous panel said, you get transparency. Everybody can see in real time where the money is being spent by those who get to decide how to spend the money. So they say, oh, I don't like this. Why are you spending the money on this project? And then we need to say, okay, look, there is a decision that has been published, that is public, on that the money, that the governance structure with the style of voting that is mixed between representative democracy and typically blockchain voting based on token, there has been a decision that has been made to dedicate money to that project. This resembles the decentralized autonomous organization, but it's something in between representative democracy, classical democracy, and blockchain democracies. This is why decentralized human organization, right? And on the legal shore, okay, we have to, because the law has to be centralized. Huh? The law only understands centralized bodies. Currently there is no law in most of the places, except some states in the US that have given DAO laws, like Wyoming, and there are like two American states that have DAO laws. But everywhere else, they only deal and understand centralized structure. So in order to be incorporated, we have a board of directors, and yeah, we have a number in the legal registry. Okay, and we have to have beneficial owners, ultimate beneficial owners. So what brought us together is a sense of purpose and the drive to achieve. We believe that crypto is going to change the world, and we want to prepare as many people as possible for the upcoming revolution. And our first concrete goal was, let's issue the first MiCA compliant token in Luxembourg. Let's try out how this, we spoke, the panel spoke about the regulation earlier, right? We have this regulation in Europe. How does it really work? Let's try to use it, right? Let's issue a token. And we also want to create jobs, crypto jobs, because if crypto is to, let's say, to bring benefits to the society, ultimately it needs to create jobs, right? And what we extracted from this is the power of community. And this is just to illustrate. We organize like events where people come together, have a good time together, discuss crypto topics together, and yeah, we advance in this way and expand the organization. So yeah, where does blockchain come to fit into this? We say blockchain should come after the technology. So sorry, the blockchain technology should come after the community. Community comes first. So this is how we started. We aim for a multi-blockchain strategy, but we must start with the first blockchain, right? And yeah, we had an intern, and we discussed a lot about what blockchain to use, because everybody wants their blockchain to be used. And the intern said, look, why not use Hive because it's free, right? And so we issued OCLT on Hive Engine on the layer 2. And we said we plan to issue on BNB chain next, and on using other chain, we plan to issue OCLT, our own token, as runes on Bitcoin. And this was in 2024. And we realized that actually there were so many barriers and so much more cost. There was so much more costly to issue on other blockchain and to maintain the token on other chains, that in the end, today we still are on Hive because we came to the realization that it is simply the best blockchain. And for those that do not know Hive in the audience, you had already the opportunity to listen a bit about it. What we have is that we have account abstraction at protocol level, something that, for instance, a much better known blockchain such as Ethereum still hasn't settled on this yet. They still need to work to have account abstraction. We have it at protocol level since the inception, since the design. So accounts are like, for instance, Frankie Boy instead of 0x326 whatever. We have hierarchical keys and account recovery. We have friendly user interfaces on desktop and mobile. Multi-sig capability, and this is important because we manage our wallets with real money on it, and so we need multi-sig. And you have multi-sig everywhere, right? So there was this famous safe, Gnosis safe, that was used by Bybit, and they got hacked by the North Koreans. And so we have here a multi-sig that is also free. We have a stable coin, HBD, that you can buy hungry hamsters with now. And we have stake-based voting out of the box. So about our token, let's say what we ask members who want to enter the organization, what we ask them is to read the articles of association, and especially Article 10, that says member undertake to accept as far as possible the association's token as a reward, compensation of payment in exchange for the value contributed, and to encourage non-members of the association to make preferential use wherever possible of the OCL tokens. So yeah, where do we stand? We work on several projects like InnoPay, like Plaza.lu, like LU is Luxembourg. Yeah, we have social media accounts. The main message that I want to convey is that off-chain is an excellent umbrella for bringing people together and creating communities. And I would encourage everyone when they go home into their own city, their own town, to look into starting an off-chain chapter that will help people come together and advance the cause of blockchain technology and crypto, and advance the cause of a better society that creates value together and increases overall prosperity, which is what we all aim for. So yeah, this is our DHO of chain.lu. A little bit of recap. And that's it. Thank you so much. Go back to your cities and start an off-chain chapter.
Wow. You did very well, Sorin. Thanks a lot. So many slides, so little time. Thanks a lot. Yeah, thank you. All right, gonna set up for a panel. The third panel of today will be our panel on AI, of course. Chat is my best friend. Chat can also be very dangerous. Do not forget, Chat is a dangerous friend. He is not only very easy, but also very dangerous. I want to invite up the stage already, I think, we're with 5, so we need 4 mics. I want to invite up the stage technopreneur, already living for 10 years in KL, Malay, and surrounding areas, René Bernard. Yes, please, would you? Thank you.
Hello. Hey.
Coming up, almost.
This, okay, it's on. The acoustics here are just okay. I don't know, need to talk louder or not so loud. Okay. Okay, but anyhow, it's a panel session. My wonderful panelists, come. Lai. Mari. Come. Here, sit down. Thank you, Roland, for the introduction. Yes, okay. I'll just, hey, one more, Vincent. Poesio, no, Vincent. Poesio, yes, a poet, a modern day poet. Who would have thought? Okay. Mic check, are you good?
Hello. Test, okay.
Yes.
Hello. Mic check.
Hello.
Mic check. Okay, so guys, I'm René. Roland introduced me as a technopreneur from Malaysia already more than 10 years. But I'm one of these world digital nomad people from Germany, actually. So many Germans and Dutch here. But okay, I'm happily settled here in this wonderful environment. And I am in the sector of blockchain and AI, and actually the overlap sector of blockchain and AI. So today we'll be talking about things like that. Oh, hey. Yes, okay. Are we good? Okay. But anyhow, I was asked to moderate. This means I won't talk too much. I will ask my wonderful friends to say a few words. Maybe if I can start from the end here. Hilal, who are you?
Hi, I'm Hilal.
You need to come closer to the mic. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Hilal. I'm originally from the Maldives, and we are building decentralized AI.
I think the first row cannot hear you.
Oh, what now? I'm Hilal. I'm originally from the Maldives, and we are building decentralized AI.
You are building?
Decentralized AI.
Decentralized AI. Very good. Okay, good. Okay. Next, Eric.
Okay.
Who are you?
I'm Eric Chan. I'm a contributor for the Morpheus AI, as well as I myself is a creator for the Maniki Mail, which is my Maniki Mail, and also as well to the ERC 520. It's an NFT protocols that for the liquidity. Yeah.
Yes. Please pass the mic. Okay, yes. Poesio.
Hello, my name is Poesio. I'm a poet, and I'm also an avid AI user, and I try to keep it as small as possible.
And I am Olof. Thank you for the invitation. I'm from the Netherlands, but I live here in Kuala Lumpur for already 2 years. I have a long career in media arts, digital culture. I was running a festival in the Netherlands for about 20 years. I was director of a museum in Amsterdam, Montevideo, Netherlands Media Arts Institute. And I'm I'm really happy to be on stage with all of you and René.
Yes. Thanks for the introduction. Okay. I really hope the acoustics is good enough that people can hear us. Keep the distance right. Okay. Okay. Olaf, let's start with you. You are already of the age that you have a lot of wisdom inside yourself. You've went through digital transformations of many sectors. And we spoke earlier about now another transformation happening, that AI what people are afraid of, are now somewhat adopting it in the sector of people who were distancing themselves. That was the art sector, wasn't it? Can you give your views on this art, AI, and why they didn't want it, now they want it, or what's happening there?
Yeah, sure. First of all, it's a very diplomatic way of not revealing my age. Thank you so much. You know, I remember the first time I went on the internet with a crappy modem and this sound, and then suddenly I came on the internet and I was like, oh, what am I going to do here? Like, what's the use? Now, fast forward 20 years ahead, when internet is not on, we better go home. We don't know what to do anymore. Now specifically your question about AI and this new, for me it's a new tool. It's actually, in terms of art, it's just expanding the canvas. There is a critical approach to that happened already in all art history. When video art came, the museum world, they were like, wow, you can copy this, it's not original. Then computer art came, then media art came, and new media art came, and now we have AI art. So the art world is very afraid of it, and maybe the art doesn't have the right quality yet, but it needs to develop. You know, it's like, at the end, it doesn't matter if you paint or make poetry or make music. It's the message of the artist. And AI is just a new tool. If Michelangelo or Van Gogh or these guys, if they would live now, they would probably not paint. They would use this new tool.
Okay, so could we say, and that would be a question for our friend Poesio, could we say that the poesy is part of art, is an art of words and expressions, whereby did the artist surrender and say, nothing we can do, need to adopt, let's do it? And that's where we are now? Or how is it?
No, I think in general, when you consider, like, a painter uses a canvas, right? And it uses materials to make their art with. For a poet, it's super simple. They try to build illusions by using existing words. But the combination of those words and the intention and the meaning behind it and the depth that you can relay in 3-4 sentences. And if you imagine that, for instance, the existence of haikus, these are small poems, and what people write for many, many ages already as sort of a poetic connection to what's happening in life and as a biological creature, is something that is not to be replicated. I'm not saying that from a mathematic and the large language point of view that there is nothing beautiful that comes out of the algorithm together with AI, so out of the neural net, let's say. But on the other hand, it is different because the emotion is not there and the motivation is not there.
Okay, well, then there, you know, we are using these GPT things, which is like pre-trained, like generative pre-trained models, and somebody, be it the organizations who create them, they pre-train them to think and see the world as they train them, isn't it? And I think that is why you might have said you like small models, which are not too much pre-trained, not too brainwashed yet. But is that where the AI comes in? If you have an opinion on this, it's like for these artists, they don't want the model to think like US government dictates and OpenAI implements. Is that why we need the AI, the distributed or decentralized systems?
One of the reasons.
One of the reasons, yes. Maybe you can explain a bit about the rationale, why why distributed systems, why the AI?
One reason is the whole centralization that we are seeing at the moment. It's just a few companies that are doing the trainings.
Can you hear? Can you hear him well? Can you hear him? No. Oh.
It's only a few. It's only a few companies that are doing trainings right now, and we are using models from these companies. And one one thing that you've identified here is that artists are using it at the moment, but not a lot of artists are able to participate in the training of these models or even know what's going on or how it's trained. So that's where decentralization becomes important, because then you can involve all the stakeholders who are using it or who are contributing to the training of the model to be a stakeholder that has a say in how the models are developed and how it's being trained.
So, but it's not only about the training of the models, it's actually the whole infrastructure around AI systems. Every app builder now uses AI for something. Artists now the same. And they tap into what kind of system now? The easy, accessible, centralized systems, right? I wanted to switch to now to ask Eric in this, but if you have something pressing, please comment first, yes?
No, it's fine. We will go from you to me, but...
Yes. Okay. So like Eric, you and I, we are working actually on a project in this sector, similar like our friend Hilal, in the distributed systems, decentralized AI, to allow people to use AI systems without requiring the Google Geminis, the OpenAI, and these ones, tapping into a community-operated, community-run infrastructure. Can you shortly say something about what is it that the project we work with contributes to this? Like DAI, community, these things. A few words about this project Morpheus.
Okay.
And what are you doing for Morpheus?
Okay. For the DAI, we are more on focus on the resources that which is a decentralized AI resources. That you can use a GPU to anyone that you have a GPU, you can contribute to the so-called the whole community between the Morpheus. So as a builder, you can use a GPU and can access decentralized way that to access for the GPU as well. Why, as I say that the decentralized is very important. Decentralized AI is very important. We will say that like it's just how we say whatever you have been prompt or whatever you have been used or the LLM, they will be recording into the centralized if you put it in the centralized world. So somehow it's a decentralized that which is we as a so-called curator can we have an ownership of own or have our own so-called the training to be putting by ourselves that they claim your own self that is a decentralized way. So basically we can see that decentralized resources models is a very far built, is a huge committee, such that we can go back to the time that's in the blockchain for like Ethereum or whatever, this kind of any blockchain we have in the market, or is a decentralized, powered by decentralized resources. So we can see that from the decentralized resources, in fact, it's like it's an increase, slowly will take over the centralized because it's unlimited. Anyone can contribute the resources into the ecosystem. So this is tied back to Morpheus. Is like we are putting all the AI resources put into the decentralized.
Okay, and Hilal, you run a project, if I understood correctly, which is shifting between the distributed and the centralized and the distributed. I got some maybe misunderstanding about the idea of a distributed system. Do it centralized first, run something, and then redistribute it again. Am I on the wrong track there, that now you are actually attached to a business company, which in all these, off-chain spoke here, or it's about decentralization, communities. Whenever they see a legally registered company, it's, hey, how you are decentralized? There's a boss, there's somebody organizing. What's the transition between centralized going to decentralized? Is that what you want to do now with your business?
I think it's two things. One is the protocol, which is what we see as decentralized, whether it's Ethereum or Bitcoin, that's the protocol layer. But somebody has to build it. And that could be a company, and that could be a group of people. And that's where we have an engineering company that builds it. It doesn't have full ownership of the protocol layer, which is very important to keep it open and decentralized. And
okay.
So we build something, we let it go.
I see. So the two things, protocol and applications. Is it that? Yes.
the engineering and the protocol.
Okay, okay, good. And the protocol has to be decentralized. That's the way.
Exactly.
Okay, I hear you. Okay. So now, another point, like Olaf, you mentioned earlier that whatever the AI outputs, it's an output which might not have meaning in it. And the meaning can be set, or the direction, by the person instructing the AI. And then it is a tool to convey that intention of the person using the AI. I understand from the perspective of somebody wanting to entertain or create art, that would be the way whereby the system doesn't have its own intention. I have a deeper question into this point, but explain a bit about this output and meaning and intention.
You know, AI, as you say, can generate output, but it's the artist that can create the meaning. AI fears errors, you know, and art actually celebrates errors. You know, I think the rise of AI is a call for us to finally be human. Not faster, not more efficient, not more polished like some algorithms. But wilder, softer, messier, more curious, more imperfect. That's our human nature. So let the machine do the math and let us do the mystery.
Oh, the beauty in the imperfection. Yes.
Totally,
Okay.
totally. The machine is much smarter than us and will become much smarter than us. And even I truly believe that, you know, the marginal cost of labor and the marginal cost of intelligence will go to zero. So where are we as humans? Like, you know, especially creativity and ethics and empathy. These are these human skills.
Yes.
That will become more and more important. You know, we're not made to work from 9 to 5, 70 years. That's the capitalistic world that made us fit into that system. And I think artists specifically, they are reflecting on this digital culture we live in. Like, the good and the bad side, and in terms of AI, it's just like I said, it's just a tool. Like a painter used paint, and now they use AI or computer models or algorithms to produce new art.
I hear you. I hear you. Okay, you have something to add to this direction, please.
Yeah, I find it interesting, but we are all aware that there is a huge problem within the development and in the last stages before it's deployed, that there are a lot of hallucinations, right? AI hallucinates heavily, which I find a super interesting side effect. So within that spectrum, you could argue that it does create a form of art by itself. That's one thing that I would like to point out. And
AI on mushrooms.
Secondly,
sorry?
AI on mushrooms.
AI on mushrooms.
And this,
hallucinating, yeah.
And the second thing is that it is not controlled because there are so many unforeseen side effects within any LLM that is trained from small to big. So there is something there that we used to refer to as the ghost in the machine. So there is an esoteric element to it. So there is actually an artistry within the system itself.
Yes, yes, I hear you, yes. Okay, ghost in the machine, sometimes the ghost is in the input data when we cannot verify that the data is from true sources. We have, you know, garbage in, garbage out, garbage in, amplified garbage out. How do we solve that, Hilal?
We've been saying that blockchain can solve that.
No, you are working on something to have verified and truly true data coming in.
The data, like whatever data we see digitally, came from some physical source. It always comes from the real world. Yes. And that comes through sensors or cameras or some form of physical hardware that takes it as input. And right now, we have a disconnect between where the data is coming from and when it goes on-chain or whichever verification layer that we have at the moment. So unless we are able to verify the moment the data comes in, we cannot really guarantee that the data that went through to the next network was verified or accurate. So that's what we are trying to solve, verifying data at the very source.
Okay. Okay, I hear you. Yes, I need to personally check out your project more. Good to hear about these details. Now, Eric, if a project wants to run in the decentralized space, like the big headline here, decentralized means you have contributors around the world, ideally, like in blockchain, right? Somebody falls out, never mind. It's connected together, it continues working. But this needs to be on protocol as well as the community level, right? So how does the project Morpheus, for example, work in that sense? How to connect and incentivize contributors in a community when they don't get a salary, right? It's not like a company, I pay you, you build, because we want to decentralize. What is Morpheus' solution?
Yeah, of course, this is a very good question that from the Morpheus. Yes. From Morpheus, actually, we are fully, it's a decentralized way that we are running on the capital machine, which is mean that anyone that who, the Ethereum holder, or now either we are open or Morpheus 2.0, which is we have a stablecoin holder, you can stake your stake ETH and also stake your stablecoins into the protocol. So the protocol, in the return, that they can able to mint, so the emission of the MRR token. The MRR tokens will be able to use for 4 buckets, that which is for the capital contributor, for the builder, that means a coder, and also for the community builder, as well as also for the GPU provider, which is a computing provider. So this is will form up the, because throughout the AI ecosystem, actually we need 4 categories of people that to contribute into the decentralized AIs, to form the decentralized AIs. That's a part that from the capital contribution will go into the protocol, and the protocol will split up the MRR token to release to the so-called each of the bucket, that just our computing, coding, capital contribution, as well as the community builder. So this is how we form, and we have our own form up the whole decentralized community to shape it this way, because we have no company, we have no foundation, we just purely on the protocol itself. Yeah.
So it is tokenomics, token-powered economics, right?
Yes.
I see, okay, good. And artists nowadays, looking at these two fellows, right, wouldn't they want to run your own AI system on your own little server because you like it small? Hey, you like it small, right? So you run your own model you find from the open source world, or do you need people like these guys for you?
We need both. But for me, there's a twofold reason why I like it small. Because I'm sensitive to the use of energy. And I think energy use could be minimized if not only cost, but if the resources can be brought down in order for it to function properly, in the sense that it does what you want it to do, give or take a few side effects, then I'd like it to be as compact as possible. Also, I find it an interesting experiment. So yes, I play around with several open source models and see what that could generate within the scope I'd like it to. So in that sense, it ties in completely. It becomes a tool, like a word, like a canvas, like something else, and it's not the esoteric AI rumbling towards, let's say, singularity.
Okay, and you mostly work with words, isn't it?
True.
So that's different from video generation and the things which require a lot of compute power.
The last thing I'd say, it's called an LLM. It's a large language model. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, but not all AI is LLM. That's vision, object recognition, object creation, hallucinate an object which we never seen before, right? Okay, I am aware of a limited time for all of us, but I really would love to give at least the chance. If any questions regarding blockchain and AI and the connection, and artists and DAI, please voice up. Now is your chance. I think today, the last chance for DAI, artists, and the blockchain and AI. You have a question? No. Okay. Is anybody has a pressing question? You? No. Okay, if no pressing question, we give more speaking time to our experts here, yes? Is there anything you want to convey to people, like to shake them, wake them up to say, hey, don't go ChatGPT, go decentralized, or broaden your horizon, you know, now, promo.
Yeah. One of the most important that to the DAI is about the censorship. So I think there's lots of the centralized LLM, they have a censorship or that maybe some part you can't prompt it. That's why this is also one very killer for all the creative part. So you will block all the creative out there.
Censorship, yes. Okay, true, yes. It can be good or bad to remove censorship. That's another philosophical discussion. Otherwise, I would like to ask if there is anybody you are looking for, you want to ask for contribution, you are looking for doing something. Now is the time to speak to the audience with a general interest in what we nerds are doing. Please, any messages? Otherwise, in 2-3 minutes, we wrap up.
I find if you look at history, many tribes have been able to govern themselves, right? So within that sense, there is that empathy, there is that feeling of community has existed for such a long time. If you could apply that to some measure, in some way or in some measure towards a development that will definitely, we call it in French, c'est le point de bascule. It is the point where everything will drastically change again, but we will flow into it. And from that point of view, I find it a super interesting prospect to decentralize AI.
Sure, I fully agree, nothing to add. Yeah, and we have communities. You know, this event, HiveFest, is for a hive, a tribe, and we are the guests sharing our view on that to the community.
Last thing I want to say is I think this audience is fully aware of this new developments. But I think we all have to realize that we are the last generation that knows the world before AI.
Yes. And so we are the last generation that knows the world from the times of before AI. Yes, I agree.
And there is no way back.
Correct, yes. And perhaps one day the AI itself might want to entertain them humans in order to produce electricity for Skynet, right? One day, who knows? That's why DAI in the hands of the humans might be a way out of a disastrous future. Who knows? Yes, please.
It provides a natural form of training because the input is so diversified that there has to be enough empathy within empathy as an input in order for it to that it becomes part of its carbon copy.
I think a lot of times we have a different picture about how AI can become dangerous because of the sci-fi movies we've seen. But I think it's a different way that it can become dangerous because people are listening to AI, they're believing AI, they're doing what AI says. And if you don't know if this is a safe model to use,
so then
we could be in real trouble.
Yeah, yes. Okay. Are you actually looking for community members towards your project, or use this now to shout out, what are you looking for? Do you need customers? Do you need builders? What are you looking for your project now?
Right now, we are mainly looking for builders, creative people, and other people who are curious about AI and what they can do with AI. And we are willing to support in development and providing infrastructure, GPUs or compute or models or anything. We are willing to support if anyone is interested in working together.
Okay. Talk to Hilal for these things. Okay, good. Anything to add, Eric? Otherwise, we wrap up. Your last words.
Yeah. My last word is, okay. Besides that, today I have bring some dog gift for everyone, which is my NFT, which is Maniki Mail NFT, which is a collection of Crazy Rich Asia. I will share the link into the Luma chat group website, so you all can just redeem over there. Yeah, that's my
free dog gift. Crazy Rich Asians NFT collection.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Good.
Yeah,
good.
Free.
Nice.
So just need to help us to increase our community and just follow us. A few of us inside. There's follow our X.
Okay. Good. Okay. Thank you. Okay. We are good. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Arigatou gozaimasu. Photo time, please.
Picture time, picture time. Photo.
Picture. Say ChainCulture. Great. Wonderful, guys. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Renee, for moderating. So we're yeah, cheers. Swapping over. Don't leave. So, should we do this more often or not? Yes or no? Yes? Yeah, you guys. HiveFest guys do this more often. We've already been doing this 10 years, yeah? So this was an experiment. I'm still thinking. Yesterday evening, 11 p.m., I was sitting behind my computer, sending out an email. Bus is leaving tomorrow, 8:30, HSBC. Don't go inside the HSBC building, Bukit Bintang. You will never get to the conference. Insider joke. Somebody knows what is inside the HSBC building? No? Look it up on Google. There's not only a bank. Trust me. And then I thought, I'm never going to do this again. But then, coming here today, seeing all the energy, seeing all the people connect, ultimately having really nice food, made my day, and I might reconsider my thoughts from yesterday evening. We still have 2 more sessions to go, and not the least ones. Renee, who's been moderating just now, is actually up right after to introduce us a little bit more about DAI from his own point of view and from his own perspective, working on Morpheus. I'm certain he will tell you more about it. Afterwards, we have one more panel, which is actually my favorite, because it is about to gas or not to gas. And you know, it's not only about what you ate yesterday evening, right? No. So I want to invite up the stage, if he is already ready for it, because he's still sharing contact details with Hilal. And there you go. Taking a sip. Just returning. Okay. Right. So we're ready to go. I had a form uploaded for the presentations, but yeah, WhatsApp is of course the way to go. Presentation was in WhatsApp, and then it was on one computer, and then it was on the other, because you have to email it to your other computer, yeah? That's how we work here. And that's always what happens at HiveFest. That's what happens at ChainCulture. A little bit of chaos, but hey, I think it makes it personal, right? Next year, it will be even better. I think we're ready to go, Renee. Please come up the stage. There's a guy you've never seen before, technopreneur, 10 years in Asia. Please come up the stage. I'm gonna get you a microphone. Woohoo, Renee, thanks. Can I get a microphone? Yes, I get a microphone. And some clicker. Yes. Clicker, please. Clicker, please. Clickers.
Okay, it works. Hey, now what I need is more audience. How do we get more audience? We need these chairs filled. I work many hours creating a slide deck, and then I have 20 people here. Come on. Where's Colbert? Where's Colbert? Sit down. Watch my talk. Okay. Okay, guys. We talked about this distributed AI. Even my new friend Hilal is working in that sector. Let me tell you a little bit about distributed system and decentralized AI. You see this news here, CoinDesk. CoinDesk says blockchain will drive A2A, AI marketplace boom. Why blockchain and AI have something in common, and why can this make sense to look at? There is this general knowledge, I think, right? Why blockchain? You might know, right? It's like a public, trusted. We don't need to trust a bank. We can trust the blockchain, the protocol. Nothing new, right? Why blockchain? Now, why decentralized? Open source systems, community powered, and even it has like no trusted single point of failure. These things, you are not the audience who needs to learn this. You know this stuff, right? Using smart contracts to do automated, trusted execution of defined if this, then that programming code. Now, modern AI coming from machine learning, coming from even the sentient Google Lambda. One guy at Google lost his job because he said, the chatbot I created is sentient. It feels, it has feelings for me. And Google didn't like that guy running that division spoke like that to the public. People got fearful of IT systems, and that guy is out. Like, Lambda was a system which was too good for only 4 years ago. Now, you know, we chat with the ChatGPT and these things, well, they are quite human feeling like. AlphaGo played the Go game better than every player in this world. Now we are using these LLM systems, large language models, pre-trained models. Next one coming up, please, this is terms you need to know. Need really to know these AI agents. Systems will not only give us information, they will do stuff for us. And these protocols, especially agent to agent protocol, this is something where one agent, René's agent, will talk to your agent, your restaurant's agent. Hey, I'm the agent of Mr. René. I'm booking a table for tonight. And your agent will say, okay, got it, yes. My agent will then confirm to me in Telegram or Slack or whatever, job done, boss, right? These agents, who will run and operate these agents? That is then the question we need to talk about. The leader in AI will become the leader of the world. This was already how many years ago? Almost 7 years ago, right? By another VIP coming next week to KL. Looking forward to Putin and Trump, right? Meeting in KL. Arms race. There's an arms race. The centralized AI systems now operated by corporates, by nations. All these big names, they love each other. You know, NVIDIA, AMD, OpenAI, they buy each other. Or didn't we see news? One buys 100 million here, buys 100 million there. They love this concentration of power. And it's very interesting for stakeholders to have control, to have ownership in these systems which will run our lives in their vision. Does this have our best interest in mind? I mean, all of you, you are familiar with DeFi, with blockchain, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Hive. You're familiar with this. And decentralized systems are not always built for us. They are built for somebody else, making best use of us. Loss of individual freedom, public opinion. You know, this is why in China they are very interested to train their own models, because the models we use mostly are of opinions from the Western world, right? Makes sense. Now, our species is on that high-risk trajectory, which has high reward, high risk, and putting AI into the hands of the people is the way to avoid the disaster. Ben Goertzel is one of the big ethics in AI researchers, and just recently he said these words and many other wise words, which I can't display today, all of them. If you're interested in where is humanity going, where is technology and AI going, that name is what you need to watch YouTube videos and read the books. Now, DAI. Let's put AI into the hands of the people. Yeah, we've done it for tokens for finance. Now it's time for AI. Combining AI with Web3, blockchain. This ERC 8004 is like a tooling for AI agents. Discovery means that my agent working for me, I say, book me a flight tomorrow. The agent would search in a discovery mode. What other agent do I contact to book flights, to compare flights, compare. After found good flight, then another agent might do the booking with KLM or another airline. So this needs a discovery. Which agent do I contact? And this will work using distributed systems to build AI systems that are open, transparent, community governed, not controlled by a single centralized company. This is what blockchain is about. And now, looking here. Same, yeah, we've done it for tokens and finance. AI meets crypto. Crypto for AI can provide this decentralized infrastructure, as mentioned here, and AI for crypto can even provide intelligence. There can be trading, you know, yield generation, AI agents doing trading for you, all this can be done. But looking at use cases here, money can be moved around, payments can be done by these agents. And these agents, if they were operated by OpenAI, by these companies, they need access to your password manager to log into your airline account. They might need your credit card numbers, your private keys. This is why we in the future might want to use systems locally installed and tapping into a community-powered API call system which provides the inference, the compute for your local agent to run transfers of money, to run your possible investment portfolio. We have authenticity affirmations. This means that when you have an agent saying, I work for René, how do we know that he really works for me? I might have signed a transaction that this is really authorized by me. And even media, even other things need to be affirmed. Are they real or are they computer generated? Tokenomics, that's another point here, whereby in open source or community projects, we always have the issue on how to remunerate the contributors. Remunerate means they need to get something, the contributors of projects, for what they do. And this is something what the smart contracts on blockchains can handle very well with a governance system handled by the smart contracts. And looking here, funding open innovation. This is something where tokenomics models exist. And the project I had mentioned in the panel session earlier, Morpheus, is one application of exactly this problem solving, how to have a decentralized system, community owned and community built, and then have the contributors incentivized. Right? I won't go into the details here, but just to inspire you that there are solutions to run that, and a solution to work with the proportional emission of tokens, which community voting happens and decides how many tokens would which contributor get. We have the possibility to have this restaking of the yield-bearing tokens, which then power the value of the whole system. But I won't go into the detail explaining this one now in details. So what we need now, we need even the distributed ownership. That is something else what the Researchers are right now, like Ben Shapiro, another name. Shapiro is one guy who predicts the world in the post-labor economics. And post-labor, we won't have jobs for everybody and salaries for everybody, but we need to co-own the infrastructure we use. And this goes into that direction. We can co-own the systems we use, and this is something that runs the world, and we would want to co-own. Chris Dixon wrote a wonderful book about the Web 1, 2, 3, like reading only, writing, or now owning. We can own things on chain, right? And normally AI centralizes power, favoring the incumbent governments and companies extracting value from us. And we have this, we call it antidote, right? I go a bit far, but to call this can rescue humanity. And like open source, this open service layer can service the communities with the governance included through the token mechanisms. And now the creators can collaborate through value flow economics with tokenomics. Open source AI, blockchain communities create co-own share rewards. Morpheus, this is like not a blockchain. This is just a set of smart contracts handling these tokenomics. And decentralized fair token launch means that it is like towards who contributes how much can get which amount of tokens. Anyhow, this model is something is a fascinating model, which is a fair model where projects under Morpheus can start their own project and attract voting towards them, and then get their own token emissions of tokens of value as a new form of running the economics, like the microeconomics of their business, a community-owned business. And it empowers users fully where control and transparency is put to the blockchain. Individual ownership of the systems where the owners of the systems operate them and tap into the decentralized networks. Morpheus offers these toolkits, frameworks, how to build, and we are looking for builders using decentralized AI instead of the centralized one to come to the come away from the dark side, come to the side where people really want to create a value for humanity. The AGI, artificial general intelligence, is ahead. Even the super intelligence, more clever than humans, is ahead of us. And if this happens within corporate boundaries, it might be dangerous. So it is risky. It doesn't have humans' best interest in mind. And so I just want you guys to look at these few bullet points. Maybe one or two of these points resonates with you. Be a pro user. Just don't only consume. Join communities. Who am I talking to here? You are in the right communities. Explore open source, decentralized alternatives. Own the part of the tech. Consider the risks of going too centralized. Study the near and midterm AI trends and risks, and look at the ethical considerations. What does AI mean for humanity? Like Olof was saying, that we are the last generation to see the world before AI took over. So value this, please. Be critical, be creative, and don't just use the systems, but think how you can co-create, co-own them, and make best use for you and for the whole humanity of it. Ensure the technology serves the humanity. That's the ethos of what we do, right? Why blockchain? Why crypto? Why DeFi? That is why DAI, not to serve only the overlords. Okay, thank you very much. That's the last slide, and I'm happy to answer questions or to have you builders talk to me. How can we build a better future together? Thank you. Okay. Wow, thanks for the claps. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. Anybody, anything? Or, yes. Hershey. Yes, I give you the Hersh. Okay, I give you the mic. Okay.
Hi, I would like to ask, okay, so if let's say I'm the developer of the applications, so who owns it?
Okay, if you're a developer of your application, normally you build applications for users, and that application solves a use case. And nowadays, applications you build, most of these applications use some AI elements, right? And you build the application how you like. You set up a company, you own it, or you do your own community project with a fair token launch funding. You and your community can own that project. But the underlying infrastructure layer, that is what we are doing at Morpheus, to own, as in community own, the project, the Morpheus infrastructure project, providing the frameworks for the builders who can build based on whatever ownership models they prefer. If they are sufficiently green-washed, like Morpheus green color, green-pilled, green pill, not green-washed. If it's sufficiently green-pilled, then they might say, hey, I want the same token model like Morpheus started to use. So just to attract the community, voting, token issuance, tokens have value because of a capital, restaking contracts, complicated stuff, but there is ways how to have a perpetuum mobile, like a running machine, generating revenue for a project based on community interest and participation. And so your community can own your project, or you can own it. We are promoting now the underlying infrastructure to be out of the hands of the corporate ownerships. Does that answer the question mostly? Okay, we can talk later more about this and see what cool stuff are you building. Okay, nice, okay. Are you from the House of Bytes team? Nice, okay. House of Bytes, yes, good friends, good, nice. Okay, anybody, anything else? Or we are kicked off stage? Hey, okay, thank you, Roland. Okay, yes. Okay.
Thanks a lot, Renee. Stick around.
Stick around.
Because we've got one more panel. You're also going tonight to, no, not you, but
no.
Stick around for one more panel. You're going to Monash tonight, right? Yeah. Monash, what's up with Monash? We've got this ChainCulture thing going on. No, I might actually also drop by tonight. Woo! No promise, no promise. Pinky promise, pinky promise. Yeah. No, we got one more panel to go. I was just cameraman. Did you see? Yeah, cameraman. I was cameraman. I like it. Very nice. I couldn't find out how to zoom in and zoom out, though, but maybe it's not possible on this very big camera. One more panel to go, and it is actually a super nice panel. To gas or not to gas? It's like, I guess, what? Guess what? It's about gassing.
Test, test, test.
You never gassed it, right? Who would have guessed? Starting to become really smelly here. No, resource credits on Hive, gas fees. Should we use them or shouldn't we use them? A portfolio showcase of a couple of blockchains. I want to invite up the stage for one last time, Detlef, all the way from Germany, Belgium.
And as in
Hey,
other beer
Detlef.
countries.
Good day. You don't need a clicker. No, we don't need a clicker.
We need a timer.
And then who's joining? Dan from Hive, Jake from Scale, and Aaron. Hey, that's not Aaron. Wait, we need to replace that one. We'll do that. Don't worry. Aaron, where are you? Mr. Tang. Have you seen Aaron? I'm looking for a guy named Aaron. Aaron?
I don't know where he's hiding. Calling Aaron.
Hey, Aaron. No problems. Cheers. You'll get a better picture resembling yourself. Don't worry.
Double check the microphone, please.
Hello.
Working. I didn't get a picture. Nah,
It's not
didn't get
fair.
the picture, I don't like it so much. Yeah. It's not working. We get you another one. We have more microphones, yes. I need more sound.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go. To guess or not to guess. So what we are talking about is, do you have to pay anything for any transaction? This is not the rain. This is only the background sound we created here. Many clients or users of blockchain don't like the fact that they lose funds while doing transactions. There are different solutions for this, and after the three gentlemen introduce themselves a little bit, we will go into details. So please start with your introduction to what you are doing, but short.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Aaron. I'm the CEO of Igloo APAC. We are the Asia Pacific arm for Pachi Penguins. But of course, we also have like a sister company called Abstract, which is the green appster there. Yeah, I know we are all about retail and consumer crypto, and we are definitely the best brand in Web3 when it comes to brand awareness, and you know, we're doing our best, right, to bring more people into the crypto industry.
Jake.
Hi, I'm Jake from Scale. We are a EVM layer 1 chain with zero gas fees. So basically we focus on applications building for Web 2-like experiences.
Hi, I'm Dan Oatstein. I'm one of the core devs for Hive. Hive kind of started out as a social media blockchain and sort of spreading out into many different areas as we go along.
Okay, so Roland, microphone is not working. We take the other one. Okay, back to the topic. As you said, you work with many end users, and this means they have some wishes if they do transactions. So how does it happen?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
What does your end user like?
Yeah, I think Abstract is a Ethereum EVM layer 2. You know, we are pre-TGE, and right now we have a pretty robust ecosystem. Like, you know, right now we have around 6 apps in our ecosystem generating, you know, $1.5 million to $2 million per month in revenue. So I guess I think the lesson here is that, you know, if I look at, you know, the topic today, gas or not gas, is my mental model will be what is already happening in Web 2, right? People are comfortable paying gas in Web 2, right? They pay transaction fee all the time. So I guess, you know, the heart of the matter is that as long as we have great utility, you have product market fit on chain, and we can embed gas onto it, people are willing to pay, right? And for us, we always innovate not so much on the Web3 tech. It's more to how do we innovate great products, how do we abstract away the user journey complexity so that people able to use crypto apps in the invincible way that, you know, they don't feel that it's crypto, right? So I think that's really our principle, how we really design the chain.
Jake.
Yeah, so I think for gas, it basically comes down to 2 things. Number 1 would be security. That's why gas exists in the first place. And number 2, user experience. So every chain has their own architecture, right? So it depends. Let's assume the security part is secured, and then it goes back down to user experience. So if you ask me, my 2 cents of gas would really depend on usage. If you are working on an application, you know, or something that you're gaining value from it, DeFi, trading, gambling, right, where you're looking to put in money 1 cent and get back $1, gas is no issue. But if you're building something user experience based, you know, like a consumer application, a gaming application, AI application, then definitely gas should take a back seat. It should be invisible, and, you know, so that the user experience is as seamless as what you're familiar with any of the apps in the Play Store or App Store.
Yeah, I would agree with that, the basic principle. I mean, you're right. If you're dealing with high-value transactions, no one's going to care too much about the gas because it's a small factor. But from a Hive point of view, we were doing social media, and people, every time they want to message someone, don't want to pay a fee for it because it kind of discourages conversations. But the other side of that is if you can develop a system where it doesn't cost a lot to have the transactions, and we basically had to do that with Hive, then it turns out there's not really much more challenge to ensuring financial transactions as opposed to messages themselves, right? It's just a matter of the protocol. So you kind of need gas in a proof of work system because it's so very expensive to run the system. But if you get to a blockchain that doesn't have a proof of work system, you really just don't need gas at that point.
So talking mass adoption, is gas something which drives mass adoption or drives value on the mass adoption?
Someone has to pay the gas, right? I think it's, whether it's the developer or maybe it's the brand, you know, subsidizing the cost temporarily for the consumer. I guess, you know, I think the right question is that how would you encourage economic participation, right? So if our goal is to bring actual business model on chain, and that would, you know, encourage people to pay for that service or pay for that utility, and I guess it's okay, right, to pay the gas embedded on it. And I think if we design an ecosystem that way, then you create this positive loop, right? That people will come and build actual real use cases on chain that is scalable, right? That will get mass adoption. Like what you said just now, Dan, is that, you know, if I need to pay to send a message every single time, it wouldn't work, right? It wouldn't get to a point that 2 billion people concurrently, you know, send a message. And the fact that the market reward convenience and the market reward something that's better, right? And we're already living in a world that it's much better using a fintech app, using a social media app, and it's our goal here as an industry to really mimic those kind of experience as easy as possible. But if let's say, you know, we do charge, like I really agree with what you say, Jake, is that it's about security and experiences. But if you optimize for security, you know, I think that's really the first 10 years of the blockchain industry. We tried that, you know, we had trouble getting the consumer crypto to enter the scene. I think for us is that we took another angle, is that, you know, consumer crypto is the final frontier, and no one really cracked that yet at the moment. In terms of branding, we cracked that in a way, because PUBG, for example, we generate 1 billion views every single day. So we have already cracked the code on the top of the funnel. Now we are coming to the middle of the funnel, that how can we create great user experience that rival, you know, the Silicon Valley, right, or the China apps, the Southeast Asia super app, that we could bring in the next, you know, 1 billion users. I mean, let's start with the next 10 million users first.
Yeah, I think really agree with Aaron there. Like, I think if you're familiar with the innovation adoption curve, you know, that curve with the chasm, we are right smack at that chasm right now, right? The ETFs, all the institutionals right now, we are at the part of crossing. I mean, if Trump doesn't screw us up and breaks the whole industry, he'll either get us across or he'll revert us back and we'll never get there. But I believe we'll get there. And I think then the whole gas conversation will start to evolve to user experience, right? Because, I mean, obviously, if I'm buying a PUBG, I definitely would want to pay still, right? And I think as a NFT or kind of exclusivity, you want that kind of, in a way, filtering mechanism. But if I'm building the next social prediction markets or Facebook or whatever it is, right, it definitely shouldn't, I believe, and this is a personal opinion, that the users shouldn't ever have to pay gas, right? Like, and I agree with what Aaron said, where the money comes from, I guess businesses will need to figure out that business model. But the user, if it's a consumer product, the user shouldn't have to pay at every transaction. Just doesn't make sense.
It's probably an interesting answer from Dan on that.
Well, I mean, first of all, I have to agree. I mean, you're not going to get people to pay fees for micropayments, right? For small payments, like when you just go buy a coffee or something, you don't want to pay a fee every time. And we don't have to, because the costs are not really that high for doing it. They might have been higher, you know, back in the past, but we've got more efficient about this kind of thing. So, in my opinion, all gas fees are going to go away. Any blockchain that's going to survive long term is going to get rid of them. So, if they're here now, they're just a temporary measure. And I get the feeling you guys probably think the same to some extent. Even if you have fees now, you're thinking, we're either going to have to get rid of them at some point if we want to scale up, or we're going to have to offer something very special that makes it worth using our system despite those fees.
So beneath the structure, you build the blockchain, or the blockchain you need underneath. If we think we do everything gas-free, what could be the negative impact? So talking security, talking spam. How does this affect the blockchain activity or the social media activity? And would this be something which said, okay, before we get too much spam, we need cost? So it's a pro and cons on it. So I'd like to get your ideas about that.
Well, I think both can exist at the same time, right? Like, I think one of the major narrative why Ethereum is pumping in price because there's a huge adoption of stablecoin infrastructure right now, right? I think stablecoin infrastructure at this juncture of point is almost 100%, and I think the world have to trust on the decentralized network to settle, right? I think right now it seems to me Ethereum is that blockchain that everyone have consensus that it will settle, massive stablecoin volume in the next, 1 to 2 years, and when it comes to that, you need security, right? You need the peace of mind that if I'm transferring $1 billion on chain, I need security. So obviously that's very different than something like what Abstract is doing, which is really optimizing for consumer crypto, right? Security might not be the top of mind. They want convenience, they want fun, they want to have the utility. So I think both can exist, right? Depending on your use case.
So, sorry, what was the question again?
The question again is around if everything is gas-free, how do you act on security and spam? So this could be affecting too many comments on something, too many blah, blah, blah on that, and so on. And is this positive, negative, or are there other mechanisms around it?
Okay, yeah. So I think every chain will have their own mechanism. I can't speak for all the other chains, but I know at scale, we are basically a zero gas fee chain. And how it's solved is basically, instead of needing the SKL token, which has obviously value to kind of do transactions, we have a non-monetary kind of token. Think of it like when you go to the arcade and you want to play a game and you bring Malaysian ringgit, you can't play it. You can't play the arcade. You have to go to the counter and swap the ringgit for tokens. And that tokens give you credits to play the games, whether it's pinball or whatever, right? So at scale, we have another second token called SFU, which only our developers have access to. The faucet is at the back end, right? So that means the developers, when they're building an app, let's say I'm building a new Instagram, right? Every user gets, let's say, 100 SFUs, and everything just automates at the back end instantaneously. And that prevents spam. And no user can go and buy that off an exchange or a DEX or wherever. It doesn't exist, So that's how we prevent attacks and stuff.
So yeah, along kind of very similar lines. From the security point of view, I think it's fairly obvious. You look at a bunch of blockchains out there, they don't really need fees to do security. Fees really came because of proof of work as a security mechanism. If that's your security mechanism, it's a very expensive one and you need fees to cover it. But if you come up with an alternative method that doesn't require proof of work, the fees kind of fall out of that issue, the security issue. But what you're left with, I guess, next you're proposing is the spam idea. But this is also a problem that's been solved outside of crypto too. It's called rate limiting, and we do it all the time. Every website out there, you can't bombard it with requests. It'll just stop responding. So it limits how many requests you can make, and we use a similar mechanism on Hive. It's rate limited. Now we do rate limit it based on how much of the coin you have, so that you can sort of, if you have more of the coin, you have the ability to send more messages out. But nonetheless, it's rate limiting for everyone, and that's the way you prevent spam. Not trying to make everybody pay for it, because if you make everybody pay for it, you're already getting the question that micropayments just look like spam, but they're really quite useful.
Okay, we talked about costs. Blockchain costs something, machines behind it, and so on. So economics as an overlay and topic, but who should pay? And we had different opinions already, and I really like it because it's a panel discussion and not something where we all have to agree on. So who should pay? The user, the developer, or the inflation? Who like to start?
Who should pay? I think at the end of the day, if you want something sustainable, I think the user should pay. But it has to be invincible, right? I mean, I'm not, maybe Jay, you can chip in more, is that, how do you as a layer one chain generate revenue, right? To pay for all your infra, to make, your chain secure. I think the costs have to be paid someone have to pay the cost, right? And so I think to me is that as long the fees are invincible, they could be low cost gas, there may be gas that is not, that, when there's concurrent user, it doesn't spike up, I think as long as it's invincible to the user, I think that's fine, right? And because you only reach, 1 million concurrent user when your app is really meeting a demand in the market, right? And if that is meeting demand, you're always able to commercialize it, you're able to always attract new capital from retail, and then it will pay by itself.
Yeah, so I think at the end of the day, it goes back to your business model, right? So take an example, right? If you remember Grab, I don't know, 5, 8 years ago when they started, and they're giving away coupons, 10 ringgit off, 20 ringgit off, 50% off, how do they sustain? Who pays, right? So I think the conversation about gas is not linear, it's not one-to-one to one, it's a business model, and that extrapolates all the way to the future based on where the chains or the ecosystem wants to go, right? I think eventually chains will unlock new revenue models, revenue streams beyond just gas, right? And I think as the industry matures, that's where we're headed to. Now for scale, how we work is really, really different than most of the other chains out there, right? And it's gonna sound a bit weird because most chains, users pay the gas. At scale, the builders are the ones paying the monthly subscription model to scale. But the big difference is compared to AWS, where it's tiered pricing, it's basically a flat fee of a couple of hundreds a month. And the other big difference is that whether you do 1 transaction a day or 100,000 transactions a day, it's the same flat fee, right? So that enables you to build experiences that may or may not exist in today, right now. And we run a different validation model than POS, POW, and stuff, which I don't want to get in because it's too technical. But basically, validators are profitable from day one. So that's how it works for us.
So on Hive, it's maybe somewhat similar, but somewhat different too. We have the resource credits, which basically refill. So you don't run out of resource credits, but you're rate limited by your resource credits. And as far as who pays those resource credits, the chain is neutral on that point. You as a user can pay for your resource credits, or a game or an application can basically delegate resource credits to its players or to its customers so that they don't have to pay. So it's kind of, you don't have to rely on an application provider to buy credits for you. But if they want to do that, they can, and if they think that makes their customers' experience better, that's what they do.
Time is running. I'd like to do a question before we do the last round with statements. So looking into the future, is the end game, depending on where you are, or maybe what you wish, not looking from your own product, maybe looking into mass adoption and so on. Is the end game no fees at all, hidden fees somewhere, or micro fees in the project or in the product or whatever? So any of your opinions, it don't need to be the product-based opinion. Maybe you answer this as a person who is active in Web3 anywhere.
Yeah, I think the retail have to pay the fees, right? In a way that they don't feel that they are paying the fees. That's my stance, because at the end of the day, you cannot always subsidize the cost, right? For example, even you pay, let's say, even on your side, the builders pay a subscription fee, but if they don't get, product market fit, right? If they don't generate revenue on their end, they will one day stop paying subscription fee as well. So I think really the heart of the argument is that as a chain, as an ecosystem, how could we help our ecosystem app to be sustainable, right? To generate revenue on its own. I think that's the ultimate question, and this is what we focus on, is that, in a way, we sort of like coined this term, the revenue meta. Like people will build on abstract, they are generating revenue. We don't give grants as a chain. You know, we barely give a lot of marketing support as well until you prove yourself first. So again, that is the values that we are cultivating. How can we build the actual real builders who are incredible entrepreneur on chain, build something that is borderless, right? And able to generate revenue to pay for all its costs. And I think that cost will perpetually subsidize all these fees that you are seeing.
Yeah, agree there. I think it goes back down to as we mature as an industry in the blockchain side of things, there's going to be way more demand, way more transactions than we ever imagined possible, right? Subsequently, the more transaction it is, eventually with the unit economics, the cost to run a transaction will eventually drop to really cheap. That's number one. The second thing I believe, and this is a personal opinion, is that eventually the future of blockchain will be multi-chain. Multi-chain meaning if you're a Web3 company, if you're a Web2 company, and you want to spin up your own L1, L2, or L3 chains for whatever reason, it's going to be possible and it's going to be way cheaper than what it is today. And that eventually will drive down. You won't get the spike of gas fees like what you do today. You know? So obviously at scale, we enable anyone to spin up their own L1 easily without having to set up nodes, validators, you know, and I think Abstract is a great example of, you know, what the future will be because they spun up their own chain as well with ZK Sync, right? So I think the future will be multi-chain. Cost per transaction is going to get cheaper and eventually it wouldn't be an issue.
Honestly, Jake said it all. I think he's 100% correct there. At scale, prices go down. They go down so far, nobody notices it anymore. It becomes a non-issue. And your point about multiple chains is also quite correct, I think.
So we are nearly running out of time. So I like to thank you for being here on stage as a last panel here from that lovely ChainCulture #1. Yeah, we will go into a nice evening with or without fees, probably with beer and drinks and talks.
Feelers.
Feelers beers, yes. Again, thank you for your time. Thank you for your effort to be here and supporting this last panel. So, picture time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move together. Oh.
It's always a pleasure. I take it. So this
we invite you for a group picture, so come on to the stage. Louder. Please come to the stage. This is a group picture with a nice, friendly, hopping...
I would like to take one picture alone, so I prove I was not...
Oh.
We're going for a group picture now. Please huddle up. Everybody who is here, if you're not in the picture, you don't exist. This is proof of existence. It's a group picture. Aaron, group picture. No, we're not going to wait. Group picture. Oh, no. Group picture. Yes, please. We have a group picture. We need you. It's a group picture. Oh, group picture, group picture. Go, 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 go. Group picture, Starkey. You're missing out on the group picture. Come, okay. Come la, group picture. Group picture la. Boleh, group picture. John. Group picture la. Group picture. Group picture. Group. Can sit. Can sit. Can sit, ma. Group picture. Oh. Danny, group picture. Danny, group picture. Group picture. Group picture. I've got a phone. Whose phone? Thank you, Detlef. Please bear with me. Come. Thank you, Roland. Thank you. All right. Well, wow. So don't leave. We're not done yet. Definitely not. We're just clearing out and making some space here to make it more cozy in the middle because we can all huddle on the sides, but let's just do some networking talks here. But before that, I want to close off the day. Pengu, where are you going? Pengi, Pipu, we haven't had time to say goodbye yet. Oh, Pengi. Oh, Pengi.
He needs to go sleeping again.
Too soon, Pengi. Oh, bye-bye. Love you. Love you long time. So this was the plenary part of the inaugural edition of ChainCulture. HiveFest presented ChainCulture. We are not done yet. We're going to set up some DJ gear. DJ FTWK, for those who know. Some of you saw him yesterday. And Lin is performing audio-visual performance. We're going to put up some cocktail tables here. A bar is open on the side. You can get some drinks over there on the side, right? Kenla?
And there are no fees on the drinks.
No, there's no fees at the drinks, instant order, because the drinks are sponsored by your most favorite blockchain on the planet and far beyond in galaxies. Hive is giving you tribes. Join for a drink. Thank you for joining the inaugural edition. And see you next year somewhere. Thanks a lot, guys.
And for all of you who like to be with us together tomorrow again, because you can't get enough Hivians and all these crazy people, we meet up tomorrow evening at the BB Winehouse for some cold drinks.
All right.
With fees.
Hello. Listen up. Okay, no, kind of my page. Oli, I'm going to one thing. Listen up, guys. I've got a very important thing to ask. I've got 2 kids, 7 and 9. I've been missing them for a long time. And all day there were here 2 penguins. 2 penguins right here. And now the penguins are gone. I had here 2 penguins. They were for my kids. Where are the 2 penguins? Who had the 2 penguins? 2 penguins. Chinese lady. Okay, come. Ah, they are there. I reserved them for my kids. Yeah. Okay, they are there. Okay, oh good. Take it away.
hot nights coming. Keep the car running. And the fingers swallow my pollen. Gold, I swam into your spell. On the ride of God we fell. You were plush and dolly bed. You had me howling cold. I fell into your skin. On the night you led me under your sin. You had me howling. You had me howling. you.